Good evening, all. Thank you for standing by whilst we have some horrific audio issues. It was myself, and then when I got fixed, I cut General's microphone.
Yep.
Booked.
So I had to leave StreamYard and come back, and it worked. I was lucky I didn't have to have a long ass reset because, especially with my old PC now, would have took a long time.
Oh, you're telling me. You're telling me. Obviously, first of all, before we jump into anything, I want to give a huge shout out to everybody in chat there. Obviously, from the beginning, Outbreak podcast, first to jump into chat. Studios, of course, or Mod in the chat there. Then let's see who else we've got a little bit further down the line. Paul AFC, welcome, brother. Even further down here. Lost Forever Plays, welcome, brother. And of course, we have more watching, but a lot of you aren't active in chat. Don't be shy, jump in. Psycho Naz as well, Psycho UK Naz, welcome, brother.
Welcome, everyone.
Welcome,
Good to be here again, chat.
Yes, it's great to be here once more. First and foremost, before we start, of course, this podcast is in association with and presented by Manscaped. Make sure to get your 20% down discount with our code midweek mix-up, of course. And I will just pop that on screen. Boosh, there you go. 20% off at Manscaped and free shipping with promo code MWMU at manscaped.com.
Get yourself nice and fresh.
Nice and fresh. Nice and fresh. I do have to say, though, after using the products a few times now, they are really great, really high quality. It's nice to have a wireless rechargeable shaver and not have to worry about AA batteries in a shaver. In a controller, you don't have to really worry about that type of stuff all the time for gaming and things, but on a shaver, like you'll be shaving for ages and then it'll go off and then you've got to fuck around finding batteries. And if you're halfway through a haircut and it's fucked, there's nothing worse than trying to use a shaver and it dies and you don't have batteries in the house. And then you've got to go out with like half a haircut or half of something shaved. So great products, definitely recommend them. And obviously you get 20% off with our discount. So make sure you use that. Another little thing I want to point out as well, that it's mainly for the middle of the week shows, but obviously it'll benefit everybody in chat and everybody will be able to use it. One more channel member and we will be able to have another emoji. I'm going to dedicate that emoji to Vin. It is going to be a timeout emoji. So everybody in chat can spam him to death.
Time out, Vin. Time out.
Yeah. So
that was hilarious.
One more channel member and Vin gets his own timeout emoji. So everybody can time him out when he's stepping out of line. But anyway, to the show. First of all, Jen, how are you doing today, brother? What you been up to?
Yeah, not too bad. Started playing Jedi Fallen Order again today. Really getting into it this time.
Yeah.
Like maybe just a little bit over a quarter of the way through it now. I've started it like a few weeks back on stream, and I'm about a quarter of the way through it now. Played a bit today. Started Mass Effect Legendary Edition in the week as well.
God, that's a big undertaking you've just put out there.
I'm going to treat Mass Effect like I'm treating Red Dead Redemption. I know I've played it before. I'm just going to slowly ease through that. I'm not in any rush to get right into that game just yet. So I'm treating Jedi Fallen Order as my main single player game at the moment, and then just on the side.
What a game that is, man! What a game that is! I absolutely loved it. Like when it came out, I literally played it non-stop from start to finish. I loved that game.
I was going to save it for streaming, but I just wanted to get back into it because I've been like binging Star Wars on Disney Plus lately. So
we've got our channel members. I want to give them a shout out quickly. Allured by the fact that they'll be able to give Vin his own very own timeout. Welcome to there we go. Welcome to Paulie FC becoming a channel member. Welcome, brother. I'm going to rename it actually to the Midweek Mix-Up Clan. And then, of course, when you're a few months down the line, rename the second option once you've been in for a few months as the Midweek Mix-Up Army. So welcome. And, of course, Outbreak Podcast. Welcome to you as well, sir. I will make sure that emoji is on there very soon. Spam him to death. with the timeouts when he's
Just
on.
anytime Vin talks, spam it.
Just spam it. Yeah, just spam the timeout. I'm not even going to tell him it's on, right? I hope he's not in the chat, but I'm not going to tell him it's there. Just keep an eye out. It will be ready. So welcome to both of you. Thank you for joining the crew. But yeah, Jedi Fallen Order is absolutely insane.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it at the moment. I've seen the spoilers for it, so I'm not
more
really
about it, just the
that.
game itself. And I am so happy that they've came out and said we are making a second one. Like just the knowledge that they're creating a second Jedi Fallen Order has made me a happy man when they said that. I was like, good. Like the
when
other
that
two
came out,
whatever, but
was around about the time.
Yeah,
like when it first came out, was it 2019?
Yeah, I think it was actually. Yeah,
that was sort of around a time where I sort of got bored of Star Wars, and now I'm getting sort of back into it again.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'd already seen spoilers from people streaming it on Twitch and stuff like that. So,
yeah,
I know what happens in that game.
Yeah, it is such a great game, to be honest. Now, just what it is. It's the first game for a very long time where it makes like your powers and things feel meaningful. Especially the longer you go into it and your powers grow a bit better, and you're building your saber, and you can try different things to make the saber your own. And
it's all about like because the character's pushed his abilities away. He's avoiding his abilities, and he's like rediscovering abilities that he's pushed deep down and been avoiding because he's been trying to hide, basically.
Yeah.
And now he's just coming to terms with he can't hide, and he's reestablishing his, I guess, connection to the Force. And like watching the Book of Boba Fett and the Mandalorian season 2 recently is kind of what pushed me into wanting to play that again, because similar things happen in that.
I bet. No, it's what it is. It's I was never, because I love this Star Wars series. I'm not one. Specifically with films and TV shows and things like that. Like, I'm not someone who's going to get not overly. It's not. I wouldn't say overly invested with the lore, but I'm not somebody who's going to get angry if it's not adhering to canon or anything like that. So I don't mind. I just want to see creativity from whoever it is that's directing it. I don't care whether or not it's sticking to canon or not. I just want to see a good film.
I'm not really. I wouldn't say I'm that diehard of a Star Wars fan that I care about.
I mean, that in general, and that even to me applies to the likes of Halo. Like, as long as it's sticking to the basic premise, I don't care whether or not they go off canon or diverge from the books or anything like that. Because as long they've just got to create a good story, and whether that goes in line with canon or not, I don't care, as long as the story itself is good. And the same applies to me for the Star Wars franchise. Obviously they've got hundreds of comics and books and other
books,
animated
so many
series,
books, so many
God
comics.
knows how much lore to use that they could just do with whatever they want. And my favorite of the recent Star Wars wasn't a mainline Star Wars; it was Rogue One.
Oh, Rogue One was good. I recently rewatched that. Such a good
an
film.
Amazing film.
But even I know a lot of people say it's not the greatest of Star Wars movies, but the Han Solo movie, I didn't think that was too bad.
I've not seen that one yet, But again,
it's not that bad.
It's like an origin story, really, isn't it? So
yeah, what I liked most about that is it sort of pushes away the mystical side of the Force and all that stuff, and everyone's got a lightsaber in every scene. But they're the parts of Star Wars I like, because it doesn't focus on the Jedi and the Sith and all that stuff, and that's what I like about the Mandalorian. It's not heavily focused on the Force and all that. Season 2 starts to go a little bit closer into it, but the first season was amazing. I loved that it was just more focused on the Mandalorian character and this child that everybody was wondering what it was, because it looked so similar to, well, it basically is Yoda as a baby, pretty much.
Yeah.
But, that's what I loved about the Mandalorian. It was daring to be different.
And I think, hopefully, and don't get us wrong, I know why didn't want to wear the Jedi stuff in the first Jedi Fallen Order, because again, like you mentioned, he wanted to push away his powers, not keep them. But I hope in the second one you can actually have the option to dress as a Jedi or dress however you want, whether it be dressed like a Sith, dress like a Jedi, dress like something in between. I'd just give you the option to customize the character
more
the way you want.
customized options would be cool. And I'd like
But, I
them
mean,
to.
they had the swords down perfectly. Even then, you can kind of still enhance that further because the amount of different swords in the Jedi armory or universe, or even are they called? Are they all Jedi / Sith? Should we say?
Yeah, like the Sith and the
Force.
Jedi, are basically
The
dark
Force,
side and
yeah.
light.
Yeah,
Sorry,
light side and the dark
if you can
side.
hear noises, it's my dog drinking water.
That's all right. Yeah, they can really expand on that as well. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Like Muppet saying, he just wants to feel powerful as a motherfucker.
That's what I'd like them to do in the sequel, is push like the lines between light and dark. Make me choose whether I want to be more of a dark side user or a light side user, or a balance in between.
Give them those, because every Jedi in the entire series of Star Wars has had battles with the dark side mentally. Including Rey, who through the entirety of her trilogy is all about the battle between the dark side and the light side. And then on the opposite side, you've got Kylo Ren, who's having the battle with the light side.
Yep.
And you see him near the end of it essentially be light side for quite a while, even though he knows he's never going to be getting away from the dark side. So you need those in a Star Wars universe. You really need that to come in. You need the pull, and you've seen the ending to Jedi Fallen Order, but and we won't go into the actual ending for people who haven't played it all the way through yet. But you do see a very prominent figure from the dark side, and I think going into the next one, you'll probably see more of those prominent figures. Obviously, you see the sisters and everything involved, and other different Sith members, and they've really got a lot of avenues that can go down for it, and I just hope that they kind of expand on it.
The thing I've never understood about like the Jedi and the Sith is they both trying to bring a balance to the Force, but wouldn't like
a different kind of balance. Yeah,
it's like you can't destroy the light because that would put an imbalance in the Force. It's like you couldn't destroy the dark side because you'd put an imbalance in the Force. You think like a person would come along, a Force user, and go, well, that doesn't make any sense, light side or dark side. Wouldn't it be more balanced if you're using equal light and dark?
Yeah, and I think that's what the likes of Rey and Kylo ended up doing in the end. They both had a balance of both light and dark. And even Skywalker, before he passed, or went into wherever he went, obviously with the rest of the ghosts. But even before he disappeared, he was also very much light and dark. He had a very mixed view on things.
Yeah.
But that I think we're 100% right there. But the next one, a little bit more customizability on the clothing that you can wear, whether or not you want to dress Sith, dress light side, dark side, whatever it is, how you want to dress. A little more expanded lightsaber creation. Obviously, being able to have, because obviously, if you've seen a lot of the lightsabers from lore, they're not all straight. You can have kind of crooked ones, like really bent off in certain directions. You can have them in like fancy shapes. Obviously, you can use dual ones anyway, but just really expand on it. Have fun.
Yeah, it's like Kylo Ren's lightsaber. It's probably my favorite looking lightsaber because it looks like
and have them blades
like a proper ancient sword.
It's not even for him. It's what was it again? It was something like it was just unwielding. It was like where the Force had not really been tamed in the saber.
Yeah, I think it's to do with like the crystal had cracked as well, and that's sort of what happens. Like because in like lore, they imbue their feelings into their crystal, and like the more hatred, I guess, that they're dealing with, it sort of unstables the crystal.
Yeah, but yeah, I can't wait for it, to be honest. At the end of the day, it's such a great first game, and that is the way that the Star Wars franchise should have been treated by a developer for a very long time. Obviously, KOTOR's coming out again for the PlayStation side, and at some point in the future for Xbox. But obviously, as a mainline single-player focused Star Wars game, this was the first one that's actually done it pretty much justice.
Oh yeah, in a long time. Like the last Star Wars game story-wise, that was, I'd say this was better than that, was The Force Unleashed.
Yeah.
But like
Yeah,
that's
I'd have to agree with that.
that's not even canon anymore to Star Wars, so which is a shame because it was a really good game.
Yeah, it was. I agree. But let's jump into today's topics. We're going to start with one of the more prominent ones from this week. Obviously, we've had a lot of discussion around Activision and the Call of Duty, the whether or not it's been exclusive, not exclusive, etc. And we spoke about that midweek again when Miles was on. But it's a little bit different, a little bit more positive Call of Duty news this week. And it is obviously the fact that Infinity Ward, probably the best studio out of a lot of them that have created Call of Duty games, is returning to go back to the Modern Warfare campaign and doing Modern Warfare 2. They've also said in their wording, etc. They've kind of said we've heard your feedback. We have heard essentially that you want the to be able to put your weapons on the boxes again, want to have the heaviness of the weapons feel like they're there again, the way the player moves and everything. We want you essentially everything you've told us that you want back in a Call of Duty. Boy, we want to provide that back again, and that is really refreshing news. Of course, Modern Warfare was the last one I bought. I didn't buy the other two after that.
I did enjoy that Modern Warfare, although the ending was typical cliched.
Yeah, oh god, yeah, they're all cliche.
It was a good game. Like the night vision segments in that were brilliant. Like where you could do.
I liked the and I'm sure this was the same game, but I liked the segment where you're on the rooftop and there's enemies coming from pretty much every direction, and you've got to kind of defend a certain area for a while.
Yeah, there's a segment like that in that.
Yes, it's in so it is the right one I'm thinking of. It's been a while since I played it.
It's in one of the Afghanistan
defending a compound.
Yeah. It's like two buildings either side, and you can go on either one of the rooftops. Yeah.
Yeah, and then obviously it starts getting blown up like gradually as you're trying to defend it. Yeah. There's actually a film based on a real situation that happened like that, so I know exactly where they took that from. But yeah, that was interesting. That was where Call of Duty should be. Is things like that. Obviously, I think they need to still dial down on the cliche type of over-the-top Michael Bay kind of stuff because it's not like that in war.
And the ending where you have to like crawl towards something, smash X.
Yeah, exactly. But overall, it's just great news that they had to come back with it. I mean, what do you make of the news that Infinity Ward, of course, like I say, of all of the studios are doing this this reboot again?
Yeah, I'm glad. The 2019 Call of Duty was one of my favorite Call of Duties in a long time, so I'm looking forward to Modern Warfare 2 and Warzone 2 as well. I'm sure I'll try that out. But as much as I'm an FPS fan, I'm not really much of a COD fan. But the Modern Warfare games, they do bring me in, so I'm looking forward to playing that and continuing that story.
Yes, most definitely.
Even if it is cliched COD.
Yeah. It is cliched COD. I mean, it's good to have some good news about Call of Duty for a change because it's usually Call of Duty's broken, Call of Duty's this, Call of Duty's that. They've even come out this week and say, listen, we know Warzone's a mess. We know it's a mess. We don't like it. Like, we actually don't like what we've done to it, and we're sorry, and we're going to try and actively fix it. And this is the previous Warzone. Bear in mind, there's Warzone 2 coming out next year as well. They're still going to try and fix this one, like, soonish, so it gets into working order before they move on and release the second one. And I think we'll never see the first Warzone again. I think obviously once people migrate over to Warzone 2, that's up and running properly and it's working great and they've got plenty of content lined up for it. I think that's when we'll really kind of start to press on with it.
Yeah. Looking forward to seeing what they do with Warzone 2. I kind of fell off Warzone bandwagon. I did play it for a few months, but then I just got bored of it. It's typically how I go with Battle Royale games. A new one will come out, I'll play it for a couple of months, and then I'll get tired of it.
Yeah, definitely. Well, see, I didn't even bother picking up the other ones, and I'm still like, I was hoping Vanguard would already be on sale by now, but it's still full price, so I'm extremely reluctant to pick that up and just see what it's all about.
Yeah, I probably will pick up Vanguard just for the story when it's on
really
sale.
on sale. Yeah,
Just,
when it's had a hammering down on the price, because I'm not paying 40 plus. You'd be lucky if I pick up the game for 20 quid at this point.
But yeah, it's good that they came out and like owned that they've done some bad shit with the game, and basically they've come out and said they've effed up.
They've essentially just walked away from everything that was good about the franchise and just decided to do their own thing. Not what the fans wanted or asked for. And even if you did return to World War II, the way in which that they have done it has not been good. And I said this before. I was watching Ains's podcast, Season Gaming, just before we went live. And they said pretty much exactly the same thing. They were saying, awesome. Outbreak podcast as well just sent me a PM. I just want to read that out very quickly. So I did an interview with Outbreak the other day. Absolutely awesome interview. Of course, it's into influencers in the community. He's done a fair few now. He has a fair few already lined up to go live shortly. My premiere of the interview that I did with himself goes live on Monday, the 7th of March at 7 a.m. Central Standard Time. So that would be, I think, around about 5 o'clock. Maybe it's earlier, 4 or 5 o'clock. That would be GMT. I think. Might be earlier. Not quite sure. Either way, I'll be sharing that out when it comes to it. And obviously the link is there, so I'll be sharing that link out as well. Feel free, Outbreak, to share that in this chat if you want to as well. So obviously people can set the reminder for that going live. If you don't already follow an Outbreak podcast, he's doing some awesome interviews with creators throughout the community. So make sure to jump in and drop him a subscription.
Yeah, I'll definitely be checking his channel out.
Yeah, he's definitely got a cool channel, so enjoy it. But yeah, thanks for that. Yes, I want to kind of go back to the Call of Duty topic there. To me, it's just that, again, they went away from everything the community was asking. World War II is a game. In terms of the settings and the way you do it, etc. I don't think it's not just a Call of Duty issue as well. I think Call of Duty as a whole, World War II as a whole, hasn't really been done service since we're talking way back in Call of Duty 3 and Medal of Honor. And then that was because that was as far as they could really do things technically. So it was as good as it could be technically then. And obviously in the original Call of Duty with World War II involved, where you had the Normandy landings and everything. And then you had Medal of Honor Airborne, which was the Normandy airborne landings drops.
Amazing games they were.
That was as good as it could be at the time, and they tried to tell a story based on what was actually happening that day, and it made you kind of involved in it a little bit, a bit like Saving Private Ryan came out pretty much the same time. So it was like two of these. One of them give you the visual representation of the Normandy landings. The other one was a game version representation, and I remember playing that and thinking, "Jesus wept! Like this is so hard." Especially when you put the difficulty up and try to get off the boats and things like that.
Veteran, it was a pain in the arse on those games. Struggling to get off that beach.
Yeah, just such a struggle. But that's the issue that this franchise has. World War II games in general have had since they first started. Essentially, they can't get to grips with the realistic aspect of World War combat. They can't, and I'm talking about ancient World War combat because they all do it like some kind of Michael Bay film, and it was never like that. It was like it was really grim. It was down and dirty. It was brutal. If you're going to do Pacific and Japanese warfare, that was horrific. The Americans, the Allied forces, all said they didn't take prisoners. Like the Japanese were the same; they didn't take prisoners. Like whatever was in front of you was dead. Like you just murdered them. You didn't take hostages, prisoners, nothing like that. You just kill them.
I think a lot of it comes down to like the kind of audience that plays Call of Duty games. Although they're aimed at a higher age rated audience, a lot of kids still play it, so they still tone it down. And
that's the thing. It shouldn't be. At the end of the day, it's a shooter. You know what I mean? Like, it isn't aimed at kids anyway, and I'm sure the
Mhm.
ratings on it are like 18 anyway because it's blood and
Yeah.
violence.
I don't even remember like the last few CODs ratings. I'm pretty sure they're like 15s or something like
You
that.
know, end of the day, it's still involving weapons in any way,
Yeah.
shape, or form. So it's still a form of violence, and kids as a whole shouldn't be playing them. So they can't use that as an excuse as to why they can't get
Yeah.
a realistic scenario going. If you did World War II actual justice in terms of a game, I think it would grow a much bigger audience in playing it in the
Mhm.
first place
That's
because
what I
it
loved
isn't.
about World at War. Like in World at War, you see limbs getting blown off in their game, even in the
Mhm.
multiplayer.
Yep. Yep.
You used to be
That's what
able
I'm
to like
saying.
snipe someone's leg off with a high-powered rifle in that
You know
game.
what it is? I think Call of Duty needs to get to that. I think they need to ditch this whole shooting someone and nothing happens. If someone's shooting you with a 50 cal Beretta from 20 yards away, you best believe that half of your torso is ripped off.
Yep.
That gun is meant to go through tanks. It isn't just meant to take off people's heads and things like that. But if you've ever seen what a Beretta can do to a human body,
Oh, I've seen
it
it.
is
It's not
utter
not the kind
obliteration.
of thing you would want being shot at you.
Nope. And that's where I'm talking about realistic actions in shooters, even online. If you're getting shot, like even if it's an online game, you're gonna respawn anyway. So when you're obliterating someone online, you want you shoot with a
Yeah.
sniper rifle, the arm comes off,
It's
or
probably
you
why World at War is one of my favorite shooters because it was pretty realistic.
yeah. And the good thing about a lot of these gory games is that you can choose to turn the gore off. You have the option. Like a lot of these
Yeah.
games, even on Crossfire, you can select to turn the blood off. You can do that in all these gory games. You can say dial the blood down or do this or do that. It's called accessibility. That's what it's there for. It's for people's levels of
Yeah.
comfort. So bring that into a Call of Duty. Make it brutal and grim. That's what
They
war
need to
is.
like
War is not like war. They make it what it is. War is like
War
it
ain't
should be.
pretty.
Yeah, it's war's not pretty. That's exactly what I was trying to get to. It's not pretty. It's meant to be brutal. So make it brutal. You know what I mean? And you can still have fun. You can still do everything you do online, but make it brutal. If someone shoots you in the leg, you're granted you're going to go down.
Yeah.
You,
They
you
need to
might
get to
have a
that.
hole in the leg, or if it's big enough, you might lose your leg. For instance, online doesn't mean the soldier's not going to be able to crawl away and slide away and still shoot with a pistol for a little bit before he goes down. Like
Yeah.
that's war.
They really do need to get back to the horror of war.
Yeah, I 100% agree. The horror of war is lost on modern war games, and they need to get back to that. Like if you go into modern warfare, like there's a different form of horror in war there because the weapons are far more deadly
Mm.
than they've ever been before. If someone
Yeah.
comes in with a warthog from above, you best believe you're shredded to bits.
It's like all the like most recent Call of Duty games, they all have like these elaborate camo skins and they got these tracer rounds that fire pink explosions and stuff like that. And you sit there and you think, this wouldn't be on the battlefield ever.
Yeah, yeah,
So
100% agree.
why?
Yeah, 100% agree. They just need to get, like you say, back to the realism of war. And I think
Yeah.
the realism of war is far more horrific than some of these games make out. And that can also be a good thing to play through that stuff because it makes you take your time. And I think the likes of, even though the likes of PUBG it's not based on any war. It's not based
Mm.
on a normal battle, etc. What it does very well, however, is build the tense atmosphere that you get from an actual war situation. Like you can't just sit there and expect to not be shot at in the middle of the field like you would in
Hmm.
Call of Duty. Like if someone shoots you in PUBG in open play, you are down. You are down for the count. You've got to make sure you have tactical plays. You've got to get from point A to point B without getting seen. If you do see someone, you've got to check the area to make sure that there's nobody else around. Because if you engage in a firefight, there's a good chance somebody else will hear and then engage you. That's a
Yeah.
war zone. And
And
other
then
games, yeah,
you've got to think about if I cross this field, is someone going to spot me? Is there going to be a sniper take a pop shot at me? And so you have to like think of the different routes you take in that game.
yep. And that's exactly what you need in a war game. You need to have an actual war zone where you think, if I'm engaging in him, where else is the enemy? Like, is the enemy on left, right, or to our rear? If there
Exactly.
isn't, great, engage. If there is,
Yeah.
do you want to engage? Have you got the equipment? Have you got silencers or a compensator so that you can't be seen, or your flash hider? So much stuff to go into it, and I think they can do it without being overly complex. PUBG does that to a point. PUBG is not based on a war; it's just based on open battlegrounds, and that is what a battleground is, theoretically.
Yeah, so if I cross into this no man's land, what's going to happen?
Yeah,
who's on the other
around,
side?
Or when you look around and you think, right, I can't see anybody, so I'm safe. But you're not safe because there's a ghillie suit guy sitting miles away that can see you.
Or you spot a guy and you go, do I want to shoot that guy? Because am I going to give my position away to someone else that could be right near me? And that's the point you get to in that PUBG. Back when I used to play it, you have to always think about taking your shots carefully in that game, because that's once you've took that shot, you've revealed your position.
I remember being in parties full of people where I'm like, do not engage. Like, don't engage. I know you want to, but don't take the shot. Do not.
You have to get like you have to have like a tactical awareness of that game.
Yep. Or who has a silencer? Who has a silencer and can take that shot?
Yep.
Or we need someone with a silencer to take that shot, because
I need to get back into that game there.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to reinstall it.
It's a technical awareness of it, and there's a few of them games like that on PC, but they don't have those games on console. And I think Call of Duty can do its own franchise, a service, if they specifically, even just for the single player aspect, creating more of that atmosphere and that tense situation where, yeah, you can take the shot, but then the AI is going to be switched on enough. Like the AI in Call of Duty are just like ridiculous. Like they'll just run up to you, and then they'll just start shooting. Like, well, just open play, or just go your typical run behind cover, sit down, peek up, sit down, peek up.
They need to get once the deal with Xbox goes through, they need to get artificial intelligence expertise from 343 Industries with like the AI on Legendary. It's insanely good. If they can get improvements from 343, the AI in Call of Duty would be amazing.
And then bring InTech in to work on the Go. InTech in to rip some limbs off. 100%. Oh god! But
that's one of the reasons why I've not liked World War games in such a long time. Like the last great World War II game, in my opinion, was Call of Duty World at War.
Yeah, and before that, Call of Duty 3, which was the first one that got me into Call of Duties. The actual first game that got me into Call of Duty properly was Call of Duty 3 on the 360.
Well, mine was Call of Duty 2 in a Toys R Us. That was my first experience with COD. And then I got it that year for Christmas. I was too young, but I still loved it.
I'm going to add this. We're going to change this up a little bit here. Boosh. There we go. Of course, ignore the fact that I'm on the screen twice here, because this was recorded the other day. But yeah, so, and I mean, God, this has been a great Call of Duty segment, to be honest. We've spoke about quite a lot when it comes to the franchise and what it should get.
I do miss like the classic COD. Like, I miss it a lot.
Yeah,
because I want COD to be good, because it was one of my favorite franchises growing up.
That's what I'm saying as well. A lot of people think that we're shit on COD for the sake of shitting on it, and that's not the case. We've been here long enough to have played the game when it was good, so we want to see it be good because it was a great franchise.
We were there in the franchise's infancy. I can't even.
Yeah, exactly. When it was just coming into its own, when it was starting to get good, and we just want to see it be back to good again. That's it. Oh,
so it can be good though. They just need to sit down and flesh it out, and that's what I'm really hoping for once this deal goes through, is that Microsoft goes, right, it's time to put the franchise on ice for a little while and come up with some fresh ideas.
Yeah, I agree. 100% agree. I had bloody audio on. I thought I'd turned the audio off for it there, but never mind. It's off now. Yeah, if anybody just noticed, I just chucked the game on easy when I played through Crossfire's campaign, because it has literally no achievements for the campaign.
Don't let Colin Moriarty know. Don't let Colin Moriarty know. He doesn't like games being played on easy.
Oh, Colin, I'm playing it on easy, by the way. Just you know. But I'm not reviewing it, so I couldn't care what Colin thinks.
Can we just not do this anymore with people? Like, what can we
Oh
stop
God, no,
gatekeeping
play it how you want to
difficulties?
play it.
Play
You know,
whatever
it is.
difficulty you want to play on. Jeez.
I think they over assume that people play this game on its best difficulty all the time. Like the vast majority of people don't care about difficulty; they just want to play through the campaign.
And there's a lot of people out there that just want to experience a story. That's it. They don't want a tough time with the game. They just want to sit back
100%.
and play. I'm playing that Star Wars game on, I think it's like normal difficulty, and I switched it down to easy because I couldn't be asked to like struggle with the parrying and all that. I just want to enjoy the story more than anything.
Enjoy it, exactly. Before we continue, I want to give a shout out to quite a few people in chat here. So, UK lad, welcome, brother. Who else we got for you down there? Pragmatic Eagle, welcome. Mr. Joanna Dork, welcome. Who else do we have? Let's have a look down here. There's been a few more that I've spotted. I'm just going to go through the chat and see who they are. Pink Vibes, welcome. Who else we got in here? I'm sure I've seen Pat earlier on there as well. Yep, Pat, welcome, brother. Pat. Sourblow Gaming, welcome. Of course, we said Mr. Joanna Dork.
Insanity Games says, imagine naming the hardest difficulty very easy.
Yeah. Insanity Gaming, of course, welcome as well, brother. But yeah, it's awesome. Awesome to see everybody here. It is, you know what it is. The one thing, and this is kind of relating slightly to Crossfire, and we'll give our impressions of that in a little bit as well. In fact, we'll give it straight after this. The one thing that I've got to say, and once you've got the controls dialed down, and me and Jen kindly told me what he had his set to, and having set my controls to that, it is the best balanced version of playing the game. It is as good as it can be in the current circumstances. It feels well enough to be able to play the game to a good degree.
Yeah.
Putting the settings on ADS and everything else sensitivity wise on 37 is the perfect degree of feel in the game.
Yeah, this game's weird with sensitivity. Like most other games, you'd expect to have to turn the sensitivity up slightly, but this you have to turn down a significant amount to get it more comfortable. It's because I feel like it's that way because it's more aimed at PC gamers.
100%.
But yeah, like turn everything in your sensitivity down to 37, and it should be a better experience for you.
Yeah, I agree. I'll just stick that on auto actually. Oh, we've got an advertisement to come first, dear me. But in terms of the actual game itself, and it's going to be an arse now, isn't it? In terms of the game itself, I'll get that work and then I'll bring it back up again. The game itself, story-wise, it's as good as any COD story has been. It's got a very intriguing story.
I'm yet to play the story.
Yeah,
I've not been able to.
It's an issue. It's still an issue at the second for a lot of people. The story itself doesn't work for Game Pass. Now, the reason it doesn't work specifically for a lot of people at the minute is because, much like Halo Infinite, it's a client. So the game itself is a multiplayer client. And because it's built into a client, you've got to download the campaign within the game. So therefore, it's not directly in Game Pass. It's part of the client issue. And the client issue is not registering the Game Pass aspect of it, specifically the fact that it's split into two. It could be that by the time they actually come to fix it, that they just end up putting the entirety of Operation Catalyst Inspector into Game Pass just to see, what it is, fuck it. It's going to be a much more of a ball ache to get both of these things working than it is to actually to actually do anything with it. So I think they'll just end up doing it that way, I think.
Yeah, I'll probably end up waiting and grabbing it a later date. It kind of sucks that there's no achievements for the campaign though.
Well, 100%.
For those that are looking for easy achievements, there's 12 achievements in the game. They're all online based and they're relatively easy, apart from the last two, which I'm grinding. Well, there's 3, but the last 2 I'm grinding for. Once you've got them, you unlock the last achievement for unlocking all the achievements. Then they're just like play game modes, and each win counts as 2 matches. So that's the achievement I'm dealing with now. So a couple of games a day will do me, and then I just get that achievement over time. I'm in no immediate rush.
So you know what it is, the good thing about the campaign is, and it does this, does it well into a certain respect, and specifically in Operation Catalyst, which is the one that's going to be free to a lot of people on, when it eventually does fix the client side issue, and it's available in Game Pass, is that the game itself has essentially splits the characters into certain sections. So you'll see all the characters when the game starts off. You'll see the heavy, you'll see the sniper, you'll see the captain, and you'll see the main character, which is the character you play for the vast majority of the time. But throughout the entirety of that story, the campaign, you play as all of those individually, and depending on what's happening within the story, you'll take their control of other people. So it's a little bit like the way the GTA did their story, where once you get to a certain section, it's like, well, now you need to see it from his perspective and see what's happening here. They kind of first introduce you to it where you're playing through as the main guy for a large portion. And you get to one section and it zooms to take control of the sniper, and the sniper's pointing at your guy who's being captive. And you've got to try and help free him by killing off a load of these people that are coming at him, as from a sniper's perspective. And you've got to do that for quite a lengthy section of time. But then throughout the story, you zoom back into the guy and then zoom back into another guy who's the heavy.
That's pretty interesting.
So it takes the story into different avenues, and you kind of see where everyone's coming from and how they see things, not just your character who you play as the main one. And then, of course, and that goes all the way through until the end of the game. You play as every aspect of it through to the story from start to finish. It's loads of different perspectives of it. So it's definitely interesting.
I will be trying it eventually. I might just wait for the game to go on sale and then grab it cheaper and play the whole story in roughly a couple of sittings, because it's about like 4 or 5 hours or so. I think I'm hearing from most people that have completed it.
That's right. But about that. Yeah, about 4 or 5 hours.
But yeah, like I said, easy achievements all online. It's a shame there's no achievements for campaign. Maybe at a later date they'll add some more achievements to the multiplayer, but I don't expect any achievements for the campaign now. If they were going to do that, they would have been there already.
Yeah, I completely agree. It would have been there by now already. You are 100% right. Well, that's just going to load. It's just going to do its thing. It's a pain in the fucking arse.
Joys of technology.
Yeah, the joys of technology. I'll play that again shortly. But yeah, the in terms of the campaign, it is actually as good as any COD campaign has been in recent years. It's certainly interesting when you get the end of Catalyst. It does actually make you want to play the second one to see what happens. So the first one's based on kind of current world events. You're playing as two special. You're essentially playing as a special forces operatives. So like a blacklist of members, etc. And you go in to fight another special forces. You're not just fighting one army versus an elite set of soldiers, which is what Call of Duty is essentially all the way through. Like you are elite special forces versus a regular army from somewhere. On this one, that's not the case. You are an elite special forces versus an elite special forces. So it's kind of more of an even keel, should we say? Obviously on easy, it's a little bit more just fun to play the game. If you put it on hard, even on the easiest settings, they rush you to death with certain things. There's a lot of enemies in certain sections, and when you play as the heavy for a certain section, it does get very busy. I died multiple times there because it was just gunfire coming from every location. Then there's other sections in the game where you're a sniper, and you've got to get to this guy's location, but it doesn't quite understand, but you've got to get to this guy's location in a set time, but you're surrounded from snipers from all angles. So you've got to kind of pick off the snipers whilst moving forwards to get to the zip line, to get down and support him. There's a lot of action in it. A lot of Michael Bay moments, as it were, but they're not quite as gratuitous as
The Bayhem.
not quite as gratuitous as some of the Call of Duty things are, and it kind of can get away with it to a point because it's built into the way the story is. It makes sense the more you play it, but it's certainly very interesting, and I would definitely recommend if people do eventually get the Game Pass option to play it, to at least give Catalyst a run through, with or without achievements. It's actually quite a cool and interesting campaign, and fun. Just make sure you set those settings down to 37 on everything, and it'll become a much more pleasant experience.
Sensitivity issues were a pain. It took me a while to get them down, and then as soon as I got them right for me, I let you know, and then I think you let Pat know, right?
Yeah, and also put it on performance mode because that makes a hell of a difference. So just an FYI to people: performance mode and 37 for everything. We're going again. Oh, dearie me. I think just for the second, I'm just going to remove this from here. I'm just going to let it do its thing. Pause. Put the brand back over here. So, whilst we're letting that sort its act out. Next topic. We're going to go into actually, what's your overall impressions of Crossfire as we speak?
It's not good, in my opinion. Like, I haven't played the campaign, so I can't speak about the campaign half.
Yeah.
But multiplayer, I'm not really digging it. I'm just doing it for the achievements now. And as soon as that's over, the better.
The one modern map where you're in that big hotel building type thing and zip line out. I like that one mode and that one map. Like
that's the problem with the game as well. Like, a big issue I have with it is the lack of maps.
Like, it's got no content.
This has been planned to come.
Not only does it have no content, but it restricts the maps to certain game modes.
Yeah,
so you can only play one map on one game mode. So
each game mode has one map
in total. It's got 6 maps in total, 2 on modern. Both of those maps are only for each individual game mode. So one of them's a hard point, and that's the hotel map. The other one is Search and Destroy, and that's another map. You can't play the same type. You can't play each game mode on each map. It's just set game mode for set map. And then on Classic, there's 4 game modes, and they're 4 separate maps. And you can't, again, play any of those other game modes on any other map. They are set to those maps. So you can only play those game modes on those maps.
Yeah. And for those of you in chat that are not sure what we mean by modern or classic, if you haven't played the game yet, basically classic is more like CSGO, if you know what CSGO is, and modern is more aimed at people that like COD. So
yeah. Bottle of water. Okay.
That's my mate Smoothie.
Okay, Smooth Dog.
Bottle of water.
Bottle of water.
Yeah.
Oh, I see you there.
Where did that sneak in? I didn't see that one.
That's a Twitch comment.
Is it?
But yeah. So there's 2 versions. Modern is essentially like a Call of Duty. Plays like a Call of Duty. Once you've got the settings dialed in, 37, like I mentioned before. Once you've got that dialed in, you're good. Then Classic is CSGO. It's hipfire only, no ADS. Need to be sharp. You need to be right on the money.
For those that want to get through the achievements quicker, Team Deathmatch is your best bet.
Just stick on Team Deathmatch.
Long game.
Murder loads of people. You're good.
You can get roughly 40 kills, more than that, if you're better at the game than some other people.
Yeah.
And you'll be done with those kill achievements like that. I think I had it in like 4 or 5 games of Team Deathmatch.
Yeah.
And it's one of the big issues with the multiplayer as well is it's got some spawn killing issues as much as there's
they try to appease it by putting turrets there, but you can get around it.
Yeah, but that don't work because if you're just hiding outside the base, you're going to kill the people that come out straight away.
Yeah.
And then once you get boxed in, that's kind of an annoyance, and that's the thing that kind of puts me off of playing it.
100%. I don't blame people for not playing it because there's so many issues that it does have that it needs to fix.
I can see the potential, but at the moment, I'm not a fan of the multiplayer.
No.
It's got some teething issues they need to get through.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. It definitely needs to get through some teething issues. There's a lot of teething issues to get through as well for that game. Like I say, content is one of its worst things for that game. Content is definitely holding it back significantly.
I'm interested to see where the game will be in a year's time, because this
Yeah,
does have a huge following in, I think it's South Korea.
it does. It's massive. It's absolutely humongous in South Korea. We're talking about like a game that's had, what was it? I might have to look up. I'm going to have a quick look up of the player count Crossfire. It's obviously normally not 1 billion registered players in February 2020.
Yeah.
1 billion. What? So everybody in chat, I'm not speaking like little numbers here. Crossfire as a game on PC has 1 billion registered players as of February 2020. That was 2 years ago. Crossfire was the most played game worldwide with 6 million concurrent users and 1 billion registered players in February 2020.
Yeah, they need to better optimize it for console though, because I can see a lot of people on console being like, "No, I don't want to play this."
Yep, that's the issue that they've got. The issue that they've got specifically is that this was most definitely a PC game that has not been optimized well for console, and that's where they need to bring it back. We need to bring it back so that it's actually optimized well for console again, and go forward from there. Because the issue they have is that, of course, it feels much like a Twitch shooter still on console, where you need a mouse and keyboard to play it properly. And it doesn't work well with controllers. And I think once they've got the controllers dialed in, they've added some more maps into it.
Is it on the PC Game Pass?
No.
No. Oh, that's a shame.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is, actually. Why were you going to go give it a go?
Install it and try it out, see if I prefer it on PC.
I don't think it is, but I haven't checked it out. I'm trying to run as little programs as I physically can on this at the second, because I know what it's like when I'm streaming.
Have a quick
might
look.
have to check it out. If anybody knows, or if anybody's got access to PC Game Pass here in chat, let us know if you can in the meantime, if it is there or not. But no, Crossfire as a game in general, it's a really big IP, a really big franchise, which is why Xbox wanted to get them on in the first place, because they can see how big that IP is. And I think with a lot of refinement, a lot of work, it can still be a good game.
It can be, if they get it right over the next few months. If they like optimize it better for console, I can see it being quite popular.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. On from Crossfire, though, we had another big news topic come out this week, and I don't know whether or not people seen it, but we certainly did.
No, it's not on PC Game Pass, just to answer that question.
It's a shame. That's a shame.
Yeah.
Another big topic, though, that might be on Game Pass in the future. Lord of the Rings IP is for sale. So the IP for both the film and game of the franchise is for sale. Obviously,
like $2 billion, right?
Thing. Yeah, $1 billion, $1 billion is for sale. And so, of course, anybody can bid for it. I'm expecting a lot of big players to come out and look at that, and not just your Sonys and your Microsofts, but also
I think Sony will be having a good look at that, though, because with Sony Pictures and their games, it could benefit Sony a lot.
It could, but then you're also going to have bidding from Amazon, from Google, from Disney.
Amazon at the moment do have the series coming at the end of this year.
They do.
So Amazon might get the first dibs.
Yeah, but then you've got Disney. Disney could very well go into it. People were saying, yeah, but Disney don't want the game IP. Yeah, but Disney are synonymous with just farming the IP out.
Exactly. Look what
so
they're
they
doing
don't
with
care. We won't do anything with the IP, games. But you can.
They'll license that IP out to many different people, like different studios that want to work on something. But if Sony get this, it could be a smart move for them.
It could be a massive move for
especially
them.
with like them needing an answer to Elder Scrolls.
100%.
And what's the game that Obsidian are making? Oh, I always forget the name of it.
Avowed.
That's the one, Avowed. So maybe they could do something that's Elder Scrolls like, but in the Lord of the Rings universe, if they get a hold of it.
If they get hold of it, yeah. If I mean, if you had to think of any studio, let's say from the big two, Sony and Microsoft, because let's face it, Nintendo couldn't care less. If any studio from the big two to do a Lord of the Rings game, and we're not talking about Shadow of Mordor, them games, like them funky ass games. I'm talking like an actual game based on like the actual books, the franchise, not like these weird spin-offs into the Lord of the Rings universe. I'm talking the actual franchise based on J.R.R. Tolkien's books. Who would you want? Who would you think would be the studio that is best suited to create a game in that universe? Same applies to the chat, by the way. Anybody in chat that's watching or listening, let us know what
That's a
ideal
hard one.
studio you would want to make a Lord of the Rings game.
I mean, you could quite easily say Bethesda or even Obsidian.
I would probably say, if anybody, in terms of fantasy, a fantasy action open world adventure RPG, which essentially is a role-playing game, is essentially what this is. It is definitely a role-playing game. You would probably say Obsidian's probably the best one out of a lot of them.
Yeah. That'd be crazy. Like, there'd be if Xbox somehow get it, it would be insane because they've already got so many games that are to that sort of degree, RPG style. Would it be like oversaturated at that point?
It depends, because it's the name of the IP, isn't it?
Yeah.
And if you have a think of all the different areas, because the one thing that the Shadow of Mordor games never did, or whatever it was called, was really divulge or dig deep into the world of Lord of the Rings. Like, it didn't go through the mountains, it didn't go through the forests of Galadriel, it didn't go through kind of the open marshes, it didn't do the pass, it didn't do Mordor itself. Like, so much of the world of Lord of the Rings that was never actually like Middle Earth was never actually really dug deep into.
It would be cool to see like a huge RPG game set in that universe.
Like the entirety of Middle Earth. Like, if you have a think of what the like, even like the Fable, Ray would be tremendous. Ray would be brilliant for that game.
The world of Lord of the Rings is.
Speaking of which, if you think Fable and what they try to do, but then created by Ray, which is good studios to say in that, Playground Games. It's a good shout. Playground Games in partnership with Ray to create an actual fantasy RPG open world game like that.
I just looked at the map of Middle Earth. It's huge.
It is. There's a lot there. See what I mean? Like the Mines of Moria and things. You didn't have that. You've obviously in the actual franchise, you've got dragons, you've got giant beasts, you've got giants, you've got elks. You've literally everything and anything. And if somebody did that franchise justice, it could be a colossal game. And I think
it could be a huge answer to Elder Scrolls as well.
It would. But you could do that as just with, like I said, just a single player game. You wouldn't have to turn it into an MMO, because I think it would ruin it. I think the purpose of that game is to make it into this big open world adventure game.
Isn't there a Star Wars MMO in the works? I know there was one that got cancelled, but I'm pretty sure there's like
other
rumors.
than KOTOR, you mean?
I don't know. There was like talks of it recently, and then there was the one that was cancelled that I think Amazon was working on.
Yeah.
In conjunction with Tencent, if I'm correct.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right.
I could see an MMO Star Wars. I was about to say Star Wars, Lord of the Rings. See, I'm thinking about Star Wars again.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd prefer an RPG like single player Elder Scrolls like set in that world. And I'm not really a huge Lord of the Rings fan. I watched those movies growing up, enjoyed those movies, but I've never been able to like get back into them. So, but yeah, that could be a way.
It could be 100%.
But like, I fully get that franchise is super popular. So, like,
it's absolutely massive.
People would eat that up if they had like a Elder Scrolls like Lord of the Rings game. It would be insane.
Completely agree. It would be absolutely massive, to be honest. I think there's a lot of room. Oh, hello, BitCloud. How's it going, brother? How's it going? For those of us just joining us, we are talking about the Lord of the Rings IP becoming available in both video game and film franchise-esque for a lovely low fee, which is very much affordable for all of the major platforms of 1 billion. And we're speaking of, and BitCloud, you might want to jump in on this one as well. Speaking of, if you had to choose any studio from any of the big three competitors to create a worthwhile Lord of the Rings game, actually set around J.R.R. Tolkien's version of the game, who would you choose? Who would you choose to create it? Me, it would be a toss-up between Ray and Obsidian. Ray, because of the idea behind the Fable universe, and then on the opposite side, a bottle of what? I didn't say a bottle of anything. BitCloud, you can join if you want, brother. We do have space.
I got the giggles now.
Yeah.
Deep breath. No, I'm not looking at the chat no more.
A bottle of water.
Jesus. My eyes are watering there.
But yeah, I'll send BitCloud. I'll send you a link in a second. We'll get you in. We'll get your opinion on this. We do have. I can add this in actually. So you guys made it. I'll get the overlay in first, so I can actually get you here and boom, open. Right. But yes, in terms of the IP, who would you want? Who would be anybody in the? For me, Obsidian or Ray with their pedigree specifically.
I mean, if Sony were to get it, I'd quite easily say Guerrilla Games because Horizon.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Guerrilla Games would be awesome. I think because of Horizon, would have a really great outlook on it, should we say, on the IP itself. The open world aspect of it would be awesome. They would do it justice. They would 100% do it justice. Personally, I think Ray, in terms of because of some parts of it's mostly serious, but there's a lot of humor in Lord of the Rings as well. It's usually quite cheeky humor or things like that here and now. But I think Ray would do that justice as well. And of course, a lot of the characters, specifically a lot of the characters like the Hobbits, etc., are English. A lot of them are from like a Cornwall area, let's say. They're all Cornish. And then you've got people from more centralized kind of who don't have an accent kind of English. Very standard English. And then in between, I think personally the franchise as a whole needs a developer that is accustomed to creating these big magical worlds, and I think Ray with Fable has done that. I think with the new engine, Playground Games could help them with the world aspect and sort of the large open world. Obviously, they're creating the new Fable anyway, so they would be awesome. Obsidian, on the other hand, of course, are masters at the fantasy RPG world, and I think they could lend a great hand in creating this awesome Lord of the Rings universe. Guerrilla Games on the Sony front. You know what it is? I can't think of any other studios on Sony's front. And when BitCloud comes in here, we might have a good
Guerrilla
idea.
is all I could think of, really, because of how well they did with Horizon. Like that world alone is beautiful. As much as I haven't completed the first one, can't deny that it ain't a beautiful game.
And it's a fantasy RPG game as well. Yeah, I was going to say you could say I've forgotten the name of the studio now, but the guys who made Days Gone, Bend, was that Bend? Sony Bend?
Yeah, Bend Studio.
You could say them with their open world capabilities, they created a great open world as well. You could say they are tremendous as well. BitCloud, if you're in chat and you can still hear us, the link is with you.
I mean, Bungie have done like they had a game called Mythic back in the day.
Yeah.
So maybe they could tackle something like a Lord of the Rings IP if Sony were to get the IP.
Yes, that's a good shout. I think that Naughty Dog, Studos says, you know what it is? Naughty Dog are a great studio with a lot of refinement in them, but they have no experience in doing these open world fantasy areas.
Yeah, their games are normally like grounded in sort of shooters, like third-person shooters.
Like corridor, I wouldn't say corridor, but they're semi-linear. So you've got kind of, it gives you the illusion that you've got choice of direction when you're really just funneling down several different avenues. You can go one way, or you can go another. It seems like it's open world, but it isn't really.
I mean, it would be interesting to see what Naughty Dog could do with it.
Create if they went past the traditional formula that what they usually go for. But in terms of the IP in itself, there is a lot of potential surrounding that IP.
There's a lot
what they can achieve.
I think it would make sense for Sony to grab them because they've got their own movie studios. They can do good work with the movie studios, and they could do games as well. So it works. They've got the best of both worlds there.
100%. What I would say, following that though, is, I mean, who do you think realistically is going to buy this then? And I'm not just talking about just for the sake of having the IP. I don't think Nintendo. I mean, Nintendo on one front, there he is. There's the man himself. Let's pull him right in here. We have whoosh. There we go. Boom. How's it going?
What's going on?
What is going on? What is going on? Let's get your opinions on this wonderful IP. That is the Lord of the Rings. But before we do, brother, thank you for joining us as a very last minute guest. How are you doing today, brother? What you been up to?
Pretty much just finished up everything with IGN, my work I had to do for them. So all that stuff's pretty much been done, sent out the way. Hopefully it goes up this month, and I can start another project, which might be hopefully Elden Ring. I have my fingers crossed it's Elden Ring. Yeah. I don't have to go and spin and go buy that. Otherwise, I might just I don't know. I might go ghost on Twitter everywhere. I mean, I'm not on Twitter hardly, but I might go ghost in terms of content because you got Horizon this month, you got Elden Ring this month, and I didn't even play Sifu because I had to put so much attention on the other projects. So that's what was going on.
The other project was the other project a game that's coming out next week.
No. I hope so. I wish. I wish. I told the thing about Sony, you know, I love them. You know, they support, you know, me and whatnot, but they're very stingy when it comes to giving some of them IPs out
I've
early.
heard that before.
It's tough. It's tough to get an IP early for PlayStation. If you're established, like for example, if you're like the Rad Brad, no problem there. But you have to really like establish yourself at that point, I think, to get it.
Yeah, you've got to be big numbers, don't you, to get that.
Not really though. I've seen channels that were small that got it. It's just like they're very picky. Yeah, they're very picky how they do it.
I mean, it's not quite as picky as Nintendo. Let's
face it. Nintendo's probably the worst.
Too right. Oh god, but yeah, so that's awesome. I mean, when did you start kind of getting more into that then?
IGN?
Yes.
So started IGN about 3 months ago. About 3 months, give or take, because it happened at pretty much near the end of last year. I applied a while ago, and I was like, I applied for a producer because I made content for YouTube, so I was like, I could do that, no problem. And then I got a message like 2 weeks later, so obviously they were considering me because they saw the content. I linked my channel, my work, my thumbnails, whole 9 yards. They liked what they saw, and they put it up high. It was he's got talent, he's good, but they're like, we had somebody a little better here on this side. I was like, okay, cool. But he's like, I would like to have you on board with us as a freelancer, freelance gameplay for producer for us. I'm like, oh, really? It's like, yeah. So I was like, what I do. So basically, you'll be assigned to our guides department. Basically, you'll be on that side. So you'll be in charge of playing games, making guides, and pretty much helping them in that aspect. So if you go to IGN Guides, you'll see me, you'll see a bunch of other freelancers dropping content for them. So it'd be like Easter eggs for stuff. It'll be collectibles for stuff.
The work that takes a lot of work.
pretty much. You'll see that over there. And the funny thing is, it's fun though. We're not like pressured or anything. That's the cool thing. Unless it's like something that's really, really seriously and I demand, like picture Sekiro.
Yes.
I mean, they're like, hey, hey, did you beat the bosses yet? We don't need those up. And I'm like, I'm still on the first boss. What? Like, you get that type of vibe. So, that's the thing you gotta look out for. But yeah, it's like that. You're pretty much free. Do what you need to, do what you want and have fun with the whole shebang.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, God help the first person that needs to get the boss guide for Elden Ring.
I mean, I'm already a Souls guy. I mean, like I have no issues with them, but yeah, it's like a learning curve. You just gotta put yourself in that learning bubble to really get past those type of games. A lot of people try to like play them like any other game, and that's where you mess up with Souls games. You can't do that with any Souls like game.
Yeah, I've never really dived deep into a Souls game. I put a poll the other day saying should I jump into Dark, because the only Dark Soul I own. Outside, because I've got a couple of them on PlayStation that were free with PS Plus and things throughout the times. I think I've got wasn't Demon Souls, but a couple of others that came before it. On PlayStation. But the only one I've got on Xbox is actually Dark Souls 2, the Scholars Edition, whatever it's called. And I was like, should I actually jump into it and give Dark Souls a chance? Should I give it a chance? I know it's a steep learning curve. The only time I played it, I had no idea where I was. It wasn't that it was difficult. It was I hadn't no idea where I was going, what I was doing.
That's me. That's me with Dark Souls.
I started with Bloodborne. Bloodborne is the one that got me into the whole like style of those type of games.
Yeah.
And that's why the reason why I have Bloodborne so high is like one of my favorite games of all time, because it really got me to love a different type of genre that I never thought I would like at all. When I beat that game, I was like, damn, is there any more of this category? And then Neo comes out. I beat both the Neos, and then I go to Sekiro. I beat those and platinum those. I'm like, damn, I'm just going through these games. And then Dark Souls. I started Dark Souls with Blaze 4K. I didn't even go back to it because we stopped at like the third or fourth boss. And we was like, yep, I'm not playing for a minute. So it's like, he's like, oh, you should play Dark Souls 3, for Elden Ring. I'm like, no. I'm gonna go back to that when it's done. When it's done, I'm done with Elden Ring. I'm gonna go to there. So that's where I'm at with that, with the Souls thing.
Yeah. So I think I downloaded it the other day. I think I'm going to give it a chance and figure out how to play that game. It's more just the how to play it as opposed to the difficulty of it that bothers me. Because
are you going to stream it, Dutch?
Yeah, I'll be streaming it. Yeah,
I'm going to have to watch that.
There's going to be a lot of frustration. I will die immensely a lot of times for a while. But once we've done that, it's once I've got to grips with the what to do in the game, I think I'll be all right. But my issues with with that was I got out of the dungeon, got upstairs, went outside and to see the kind of castles and things like that at first and the ruins, and I was like, where am I going? What am I?
That was me in the first Dark Souls.
What is going
I
on? And then
streamed
like
some
there
of
was
that.
just these giant beasts everywhere, and I was like, I am nowhere near big enough. I don't have enough armor. My weapons are rubbish. Like I am not defeating these anytime soon. So run.
Yeah, damn. Demon Souls, the remake, made me really appreciate the genre even more because you're seeing the console really get pushed. And you're seeing all the extra detail and what they did with the armor. It's like, damn, this
Yeah.
looks like legit art moving, right? And I'm like, yo, I would love to see that next tier when we get to pushing the consoles down the road when they drop the cross gen.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. To the main topic though that we were discussing just before, and obviously you jumped in on, which was say many. We've got a few, obviously, with this being the weekend show. But this one specifically was the IP that has been released, which is Lord of the Rings, and who we would think is likely to snap it up. Of course, this is open to everybody. It's film and gaming IP available for sale. So the likes of Disney can jump in, the likes of Amazon can jump in, the big guys basically, as well as your Microsofts and your Sonys. And we said Nintendo, but let's face it, Nintendo's not coming in for this IP.
Yeah, Nintendo is different bag.
Yeah,
I'll just say that.
exactly. But who would you think's gonna snap it up, and who would you be your preferred studio to take over that IP and create something magical with it?
Well, so the first obvious pick would be Disney because you see what Disney's doing with the Marvel license. They're pushing that heavy. They love those fantasy characters, so they always looking for different attractions as well for Disney World. So it makes sense for Disney World to grab them just for that. Because I think Universal Studios does something with Harry Potter, right? Is that what that is?
Oh
yeah.
The Harry Potter world.
The Harry Potter world. Because you look at what Disney did with Star Wars, they have like the Star Wars like themed version of the park where you can build your lightsabers, you can do all that stuff. They got those new motorized ones now they're about to drop, which are probably going to sell billions at this point because they look insane. They're like the OG, they're like the realistic ones, but they actually retract on themselves. So that's pretty cool.
Insane.
But they're doing those. I do think that probably would fit them in their mold and what they're going for. But if they don't budge with Disney, a lot of people don't like to be bought by Disney apparently, or they don't like to see Disney grab everything. It's kind of a toss up between Microsoft and Sony. I mean, we know Microsoft has a movie style game we're going to get, our tie-in type of game. Is Indiana Jones. We're getting that. That's going to be their first ever attempt at it. I don't know if Microsoft would actually put the effort for this type of game. Reason why, I mean, granted, we did see an example of this. We saw Golem, I think that's what it's called, and it didn't really look appealing to a lot of us. So I would say Sony would probably make more sense, mostly because Sony specializes in movies, TV shows now. It makes sense for them to really push that type of build, especially with the Spider-Mans and them turning Last of Us into a TV show. It makes sense for them to go for that, especially if they want to do something called continuation. They want to spread it off or spin-off type of thing. They can spin it off to a TV show and make more if they wanted to do that. And also, if you look at just the talent that they have in their studios and how they go with that particular mold of game, I can actually see them making something pretty spectacular. Now, the question is what studio would jump to make that? I mean, it could be Sony Santa Monica. I doubt Sony Santa Monica would do it, right? I doubt Naughty Dog would do it because Naughty Dog is set in their own kind of like bubble. They have their own passion projects that they haven't even touched yet. There's a lot of those. But, Insomniac Games is proven to be probably arguably the most versatile studio in this industry right now. They dropped.
That's a good shout, actually. I didn't completely.
I didn't even think about them.
Yeah, they dropped like 4 games in 3 years. It feels like, we got 2 bangers we're about to get next year and beyond with you got Spider-Man 2 and you got Wolverine, which is
can't wait for
one of the
Wolverine.
most anticipated games in the community right now. So, I mean, personally, if any studio could tackle a project like that and really make it a passion type thing, the way I look at it, it would kind of be like that Game of Thrones Telltale thing. You know what I mean? A lot of potential there. If you give it to the right studio, you can make something pretty damn good if you really go all out. But
Oh,
another
100%.
studio is Blue Point. Blue Point Games would be amazing in making their own version of a Lord of the Rings style game. If you look at the beautiful work they did with Demon Souls, I can see them really handling magic and making that look really cool on screen.
I
There's a lot
totally
of
forgot
studios.
they own Blue Point.
Yeah, Blue Point
Completely forgot
Games,
about that.
and hell, even Jade Raymond. I don't know how Jade Raymond Studio is gonna really fare into this whole thing, but we know Haven Studios making a new IP, right? I think she could make something good out of Lord of the Rings. A lot of talent in Sony's
I think what Sony have,
situation.
I was going to say, I think what Sony have specifically for them, what they've got going well is that they've mastered the craft of storytelling.
Yeah.
And if you're going to take, and I think you're probably right in terms of the way that Microsoft and Sony handle different things. I think if Microsoft owned the IP, you'd see more of a games as a service approach of Lord of the Rings than you would see a story.
Yeah, I can see like a high budgeted Telltale style game where you're buying acts, add on to it. Like, you know what I mean? Like they'll give you ending, they'll give you a beginning and ending type of thing, but then they'll add on to it with different seasons. So season 2, here's act 2 of 1, and here's season 3, here's act, you know what I mean? Like they'll throw that at you and then have different characters or different directions for the story. Yeah, it could work. I mean, Obsidian could kill a game like that if they actually wanted to do it. Or God, what's that studio? That the new one. I always forget it. They're making Perfect Dark.
Initiative.
Initiative is another one that could probably kill a Lord of the Rings game. They have tons of talent now, especially with Bethesda on the frame now. You got Activision here. I mean, there's a lot of talent they can use to do this. So it's not like if one side gets it, you won't be able to produce something like that on this side. No, they've pretty much filled the gap there. You know what I mean? It's just a matter of waiting and see the results. And that's the only downside about the whole acquisition talk right now, because we don't really have any set dates for when we're going to see the results of set stuff. So that's pretty much it.
I've got to agree there. I think you've got some really great points. Actually, and I personally agree. I think if we're going to see the perfect story mode game as it stands with the history of both of the say bigger original platforms there between Sony and Xbox, if you're going to see an actual good story game where it isn't broken down into the potential segments or put in as a games as a service game or a large MMO, then the likelihood is it could be probably better off in Sony's hands in terms of an actual story game.
Yeah.
But then you've got the same under the same breath as the new target of we want to create 10 games as a service games by 2026.
Yeah, that's where that's them adapting to the market. That's why I laugh at people when they say, day and date of some kind will happen with like PlayStation games and their particular service or whatnot. I laugh at it because it's like the market's pushing towards it. Microsoft's over here looking at, like, if you look at the situation now, right? I mean, Microsoft, a lot of people are acting weird with the whole Activision deal when they said Call of Duty will remain multi-plat and it's going to go to PlayStation, vice versa, and Xbox. But they're missing one vital key. Xbox players only got to pay $15. PlayStation guys got to pay a full $70. See what I'm saying? And that right there is going to put pressure on Sony by itself, because a lot of kids nowadays, especially parents, let's face it, these games are getting more expensive. And when you increase the price of anything, and here it doesn't matter what it is, food, you guys see it in your everyday lives, food goes up, meat goes up. Are people getting that stuff? No, they're being very picky. They're going to something else. They're moving around and going to different stores. So you see this every time. When prices go up, magnifying glasses get bigger, and they look at what you're getting for said price. So when you look at that and you look at the market and how it's changed, it's just only a matter of time before you see Sony go, yeah, we got to have our own service. Yeah, we got our games. Our games look great, sure. But the thing is, we want to get those Nintendo numbers. Horizon Zero Dawn sold 20 million. That's like the first time we've heard in a long time of a PlayStation game, especially a new IP, achieving something like that. God of War sold 20 mil, if I remember correctly, or 19 mil, close to pretty much 20 mil as well. If you want to round that up, it's about 20 mil as well. So Sony's doing well with their first party. But Sony, make no mistake about it, Sony's looking at how much they can really push and get as much out of these games. And that's the real thing people need to understand. That's why I tell people to pay attention to what's happening in your side as opposed to the opposite. The opposite, we kind of already new because Phil told you flat out, we're not about gatekeeping. We want to do this. We want to do that. We want to have it open. Sony's been more of a weird type of angle, right? Microsoft's been straight. Sony's been doing that wave type of effect, like they'll bounce here, they'll bounce there, bounce here, down there. But overall, they end up in the same position, but they're going about it alternatively, different routes. And you see this every single time when you read about stuff, you share stuff. Like before, the whole thing that people complained about was engagement. People talk about, well, Microsoft talks about engagement numbers, right? Instead of hardware sales. And yet here we are now. What is Sony talking about? Engagement numbers. They're not talking about hardware sales like that. Yeah, they're talking about accolades, sure, but they're not really praising console sales over engagement. That's one thing people need to take the note of. So, there's a lot of stuff they're going to change. I can really see this Spartacus or PlayStation Plus, whatever you want to call it at this point, whatever this service is going to be called. I can see it being that next tier for them, but at the same time, it's questionable to say the least. Like, how can they actually stand? How do they stand? Sorry, against the competition, so to speak, with it when it comes to deals and everything of that nature. Right now, Microsoft has probably the biggest setup for some of the best deals, with Doom being in this as well, day and date, as well as all the other Bethesda games like Fallout. Again, some people might say, I'm not a Fallout guy. That's you. For every one person that says you're not a Fallout or Doom guy, there's like 50 people who are. See what I'm saying? So there are different there are different things for it.
100%. No, I've got to agree. For every one person that says they're not, there is another section that says there are.
Those people can't deny the amount those games sell.
Yeah, 100%. They do sell, and what it is. I want to see. We've seen Microsoft just allow developers now to do what they want, and one of the prime examples for Microsoft recently has been Grounded. As much as people like to laugh at that thing originally, that's doing some big numbers for a game that was created by 12 people. That's like over 10 million players, which is just insane. And that's just allowing the team to create what they want to create. And that was upon like bringing them in. And Sony, I think, going forwards, we want to see them doing more as well. Just saying, what it is, create what you want to create. We'll see what works and what doesn't. And that's the only way we can do this.
You made a good point there, because a lot of people have been asking for years, right? And a lot of people have complained Sony doesn't have a multiplayer, strictly, game to fall back on. They mostly use Call of Duty as like a crutch to mask the problem. You know what I mean? Like Microsoft would say, hey, we got Halo, we got Gears, we got Forza. Guess what? They all have multiplayer. They have longevity outside of the single player, and they're very respected and liked. Sony, on the other hand, doesn't really have anything of that nature, especially when it comes in the shooter range. So when I brought that up, I was like, this is funny because Sony watches the show, and it's funny because Insomniac Games went quiet when I brought up Resistance multiple times. I do see that coming back in some capacity now because of Bungie.
I've said that as well. Resistance or Fallout, one of the
it makes sense. It makes sense when you got talent like Bungie at your disposal. Yeah, when you got talent like Bungie at your disposal that specializes in multiplayer games, and you were known for just single player, and you're not really having the big expertise to make a multiplayer game that's like credible or that'll last long. It makes sense for Bungie to really be that guy to go to for counsel in terms of like how these games work, how to go about it, especially what we're hearing live service games now being a thing. I'm expecting something completely different with The Last of Us 2 factions. I'm expecting something completely different. I'm not expecting like the same style game that we got in the first one. I'm expecting more like an esports, like not over the top, right? But like an esports, like a lot of like alternate route type of stuff. I can see cosmetics,
a lot more
like that being thrown.
Going on.
There you go. Exactly. I can see that being thrown out there with factions and how they go about it, especially with Bungie overseeing them, giving them expertise. And when we're talking about other games and shooters that Bungie specializes in, Killzone can make a triumphant return, because the reason why Killzone Shadowfall didn't really make the impact that it was mostly a tech demo, but they never really built upon it. You know what I'm saying? I think they can actually help and build upon that. They can also build upon games like what was I about to say? And SOCOM could come back in some capacity. So tons of games that they can use Bungie to help them with to fix a problem.
But as Bungie can finally help be that studio that sort of helps them compete with the likes of Halo.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I mean, they have Destiny, right? But Destiny is its own thing. A lot of people say Destiny's the Halo killer. Pretty much every online shooter they say is something is like a Halo killer. Like they said that about Killzone, they said that about Destiny. It's like the only thing that's going to kill Halo is Halo.
Is Halo.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. You're going to kill Halo. And they almost did. They almost did at the start when we first saw it in that bad shape, and then they dropped it and they kind of they fixed it for the most part. And everybody's having a good reaction to it. And people are still on it, and people are waiting for that extra content, which I gotta agree with the people. It should have already been here by now.
Well,
I don't know what they're doing. Yeah, I don't know where that's
the same thing. We've
all
all said the same thing, and we also we've got to we love jumping on it from time to time. We jumped on Halo again for the first time in a while the other day. But the problem is that the maps they're all the same. They haven't
everybody learns them.
Yeah.
Weren't we like promised 23 maps at launch for Halo?
Yeah.
Didn't happen. They pushed them back. It's kind of like the Call of Duty effect, the honeymoon phase. You know what I'm saying? I call it the honeymoon phase. Like when you're done and you master everything, that's when you stop seeing people move in the game and they stop playing a certain way. They start doing this, that, and the third. They'll camp by the spawn points of vehicles and just post up there. It's like, yep, I'm over this. and when I play, because I think you've seen I play with Alex every now and then when he's on his little stream. Yep. So we come through all the time. We have fun with it, but it's fun when you're with friends. I would say so fun when you're with friends. But when you have the extra moods, I think it'll be better. Like I don't like the dedicated playlist type of thing. I would actually like the ability to choose the mode I like to play
and just go down it. Yeah.
But that's that stuff that obviously they'll fix over time. I don't know what they're going to do with the single player. Are they going to add more to the single player? Who knows? We're still waiting for online co-op. That's the reason why I didn't even play just the campaign so far. I'm waiting for the co-op because the world just screams co-op. You really
haven't played through it. You see more of why that was built for co-op because it was the game was built for co-op, and then they've had to turn it. They've had to essentially say we can't. It's not ready yet, but release it as a single player. But no, it's definitely built for co-op, and every action of that campaign is a co-op game. It's 100% a co-op game.
And it's not even a dig at the game. That's just what they envisioned. It just wasn't there, And this is why a lot of people were vocal. Like, dude,
Halo's always had that co-op element since day one.
That's the main thing people talked about before the game was even in the phase where we first saw it. Everybody was like, I can't wait to play co-op with my friends in campaign. And all of a sudden, co-op's not needed. I'm like, why are we doing this?
That's me. I used to play every Halo game with my dad, and that's how I would experience Halo with my dad. And
there you go.
I didn't get to do that with Halo Infinite, unfortunately.
I'll be playing through it again anyway, regardless. I enjoyed the campaign for the most part. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with the expansions to the story as the years progress, because that's obviously how we know what they're doing with this franchise now. It's Infinite is essentially a long 10-year project, so
that's good. See, you enjoyed
interesting to see it. But
that's good.
One thing, and you mentioned Bungie as well, the one thing that I was really happy about them joining Sony was to fix that gap that they had in their studios, which was the first-person, third-person shooter segment that was wide open for a nice franchise, both multiplayer and as a single player. They need to bring back. They've got so many IPs themselves, but they've also got the creativity of Bungie to be able to help them create something refreshing and new and actually feel good. Because the gunplay on both Destiny and on Halo are two of the best gun FPS games, the TPS games that you've got in the market by far.
Bungie are like masters of lore as well, so they can help put story together and all that stuff, and background story for characters and all that stuff. So Bungie really could nail down the lore for that type of game that Sony need multiplayer wise.
Yeah.
If Sony was smart, I don't know if you remember the Order 1886. I would have kept Ready at Dawn on board.
I love that game. That's such an underrated game.
It had a lot of potential. It had an amazing world. It had amazing weapons. Had amazing scenery.
I always laugh at this, because we're both Sony and Xbox fans are in the same position. We both have a franchise that are beloved to us that has been underrated and isn't coming back. Order 1886 and Rise.
Like Order 1886, if it was given, I that could have been their Gears of War type of competitor, because the reason why I said that, you got werewolves, you got vampires, you could potentially have zombies in this, right? And you got this world, and what they could have done was have horde modes if they would have had a multiplayer. With Bungie overseeing, that game could have had much more life thrown into it with a actual online, mode. But the thing is, they let it go, and that's the thing, and that was unfortunate. I even said that with Kate Yeager. I'm like, where's the it feels like games nowadays, we're just like in this little one particular format, and you're not seeing that much creativity, you know what I mean? Freedom as much as like to really go all out in games. Like everything has a limit, you know what I mean? Like, for example, you look at God of War 2018 and compare that to God of War 3. Massive difference, you know what I mean? In tone and gore, a lot of stuff. Like, there's just so much happening in God of War 3 versus 2018. Yeah, there's dismemberment, sure, but is there blood and guts similar to God of War 3? For like 2 bosses, sure, but most of the stuff is just blood. Dude, you don't see anything close to what you see with God of War 3. Like God of War 3, you pummel Hercules' face in where his eyes come out, for God's sakes. It's like you don't see that. So this missed opportunity. Order 1886 was one of those games where it's like such a missed opportunity. I really
enjoyed that game. I really did. Like, it's so underrated.
Yep. And I don't even think the linked was the problem. The problem was, personally, it just didn't have the content for it at the time. Like, if they would have said, hey, look, more missions coming or something, I think people would have looked at it differently. But didn't they charge $60 for that, if I remember correctly? That was also the pricing was another thing. I think it was $60. If it was $40, I don't think anybody would have complained for that game. If it was $40, the story was what it was. And obviously, if we would have got a sequel, the only thing I would want them to change is the quick time events for the bosses and actually have like an actual combat system for the werewolves. But it's unfortunate.
Wasn't there rumored to be a sequel to that?
Rumors for that. Rumors for Castlevania, Metal Gear Solid, Silent Hills. It's a lot of stuff going around.
The Metal Gear Solid thing, I think, is actually starting to gain traction a bit now.
Oh yeah, we know that's happening.
Yeah, because it was the main actor. kind of alluded to that. He said, "I've not been contacted." Then a couple of weeks later, he was like, "I've been contacted."
Yeah, and Del Toro mentioned Silent Hills. I think at the Game Awards when he was with Kojima, he like mentioned like, "Okay, you guys are the worst kept secret of all time." Okay, cool, we know what's happening. But a lot of people were coming after that one studio. It was Project Abandoned from Blue Box Game Studios. And they have gone dark. Like, they keep getting harassed. I'm sitting there going, listen, when, like, don't get me wrong, the only person I can think who can like legit troll and like tease a community and still be loved is Hideo Kojima, because he does it so well. He knows how to really get your heartstrings and really knows how to get you, and he'll be very creative with it. Project Abandoned, it could be a Silent Hill, but the thing is, the way they're talking about it and the way they're acting, it might be all diversion and something completely different. You never really know at the end of the day what it is. But
yeah, I think it's for them as well. It's just their history that's let them down. And I think what they needed to do was stop hyping the game up beyond what it was. Like, you're in an indie studio, like you're hyping it like it's the second coming. Like,
they dug themselves a deeper hole, because like when they were talking about it, they said the game starts with an S and ends with an L, and everyone's minds went, Silent Hill.
The funny thing is, so one of my friends who works with Sony, because I literally said that, I was like, "Oh, Silent Hill," and then she hits me up. She goes, that's a quick way to get disappointed. I was like, "What you mean? What you know that I know?" No, she stopped. She didn't want to say it. So I'm like, okay, maybe it's not Silent Hill. But the whole funny thing about it, like looking at it's like, they killed themselves with that trailer. I don't know if y'all remember when they said epic reveal. Our reveal is today, and then like the reveal didn't work. It didn't work. It worked the next day, and then when it happened, it was the exact same trailer that they already showed on Twitter, but it had sound. I'm like, who are you trying to fool right now? What was the point of this?
Yeah,
it was terrible. It's just terrible. And they were
It's
talking
just
about
a guy
it's going to be 6
walking, and
trailers.
there's people like trying to dig into what it meant. Oh, it's just
Like, look at the
wearing
jacket.
same
Look at the pants. It's the same as Norman Reedus. I'm like, guys, At this point in time, let's.
I'm pretty sure they were
let's not.
looking to see if there was like writing in the floorboards as well, and I'm sitting here like, Jesus Christ, we've got to this point again.
Yeah, we're back here again.
Lord.
Tinfoil hat time.
Oh man, then it's like, oh, all of a sudden we hear the dude saying he's depressed. People are calling him scammers. I'm sitting there going, you did that to yourself at that point.
I mean, you got to look at their history. They haven't had an officially released game apart from some early access thing that was pulled.
Yeah,
so
very unfortunate.
People are going to think that's kind of scammy when a lot of their games were crowdfunded.
Yep. And the thing that's always bothered me, and we'll get off the blue box thing soon, but the thing that always bothered me about that is he keeps mentioning the team, but there's nobody that's ever come out to defend the game other than himself. Like nobody else exists as far as I'm concerned. Like it's just him.
That's why I think it's like a diversion. You know what I mean? It's like, this whole thing he's doing is probably him, but it's like it's something off. You know what I mean? It's like an off team working on this that's behind the scenes that we don't know about, and it probably could be something bigger than what it is. But at the same time, he's the worst PR. Let's just say that he's like the worst PR type of guy ever to talk about something like this. He doesn't know how to handle the community or nor social media. He just does not know how to react. And it's like, bro, sometimes silence is key. Like on some real. Sometimes silence is key. If everything you're saying is getting backlash, that's the time when you take yourself off of social media and block out a lot of stuff. Like, I'm not going to tweet this today. I'm just going to wait until we have something that's, we can use. And then we tweet. Then we use that. Then we can talk about it. But until then, it's like, nah.
Yeah, 100. I completely agree. There is another next topic actually that we want to dig into here is the nice new controversy. I think you can kind of look at it from a different light, BitCloud, and that is the Martha is Dead censorship. Obviously, we know Martha is Dead. There is some brutal parts in it. It has been rated as, of course, mature on everything. The sections that we've seen, of course, it might not even be that section, but the sections that we've seen that have been put on Twitter so far about the game, with the face peeling, where you're cutting around the edges and peeling the skin off, etc., is the part that people have pinpointed. It could be something else, to be honest. We don't know. But of course, Sony have opted to censor the game and remove sections of the game out of it, either remove it or remove playable sections from the game. Now, the wording does state remove the playable sections, so they might include it but not have it as controllable, so it's not you doing the QuickTime event to remove the skin or whatever.
Yeah.
But remains the same on PC and Xbox untouched. However, they've had to delay the physical version of the game. I don't know what difference that makes with if they haven't removed the product, but they're going to, unless obviously it's pushed back the physical version because then they need to make the changes, whereas the digital version could be on an update. I don't know.
Since the digital is just a raw file, that's simple. They just put that on the site. You download, you have it, you play. Physical, usually they got to push that stuff back because they have to legit print it on the disc or program it, burn it into the disc. So it makes sense. They have to make those last minute alterations and fix it. That's why it's like that for disc. But as far as them censoring the game, I don't know what's the point of that, because you're getting ready to get one of the biggest horror games in a long time making a return to consoles, and that's Dead Space. A lot of people forgot about that. The Dead Space remake is coming back, and they showed off the new dismemberment mechanic where you're shooting off pieces of flesh and you're seeing bones and tendons. So it's kind of pointless to censor a game, in my opinion. I get it that you don't want kids to see it, but the thing is, this is where the parent is at fault, not the video game company. Like
exactly.
And this is why we have rating systems where we have T for teen, E for everyone, M for mature. If the parent is that pointless to not read the warning, and this is why I remember like GameStop does all the time. When they'll look at the game, they'll read the warnings. They'll say this game has blah 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 before they say buy it. And of course, the mom or dad, they'll ignore it and go, yeah, it's Call of Duty. My son wants Call of Duty. Here it is, and they just buy it. So it's like at that point in time, it's just there's nothing you can really do to control it. It really isn't, unless you have game licenses, which would be stupid, in my honest opinion. Some people think that would be practical. I think that's pointless to have a game license for anything, because you're cutting off kids at that point from experiencing the products, and that would kill Nintendo, because that's the main thing that Nintendo flocks to and does super well with. I mean, they're at 100 million.
Say, I mean, even
units.
Nintendo though have been letting literally pretty much anything on now. If you have a look at their ratings, obviously it's the first time they've had a Doom on their console, and that's obviously a mature. And Wolfenstein again with the topics that produces. I mean, they've relaxed on it for Nintendo. They used to just be like super strict, like nothing other than family oriented stuff's going on this. But the official terminology for mature is 17 and up may contain intense violence, blood, gore, sexual content, and/or strong violence.
Yep.
That's very strong language. So, I mean, that's covered in there. Of course, AO, but it hasn't been measured as AO, so it's not as bad as some people think. But AO, which is the bracket upwards, 18 plus, may include prolonged scenes of intense violence, graphic and sexual, and/or gambling with real currency. Now,
you know, it's crazy. They censored this, but they won't touch GTA. Knows that?
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, because swore you saw Trevor's balls in the game. GTA. So I don't know what's the point of what we're doing.
Trevor's balls, prostitution, gambling.
It's like, you know how many kids
do it where they
go, I'm gonna go to the strip club. My little cousin did that. He was like, "Oh, I'm playing GTA. I'm gonna go to show up." I'm like, "Give me that damn game." I literally took the game by like, "No, you're definitely damn sure not. Get here." And he told his mom, like, "Hey, listen, you know what's on this game, right?" So I know what's on this game. I literally told her what's in the game. She almost had a heart attack. I'm like, wow, you not only do y'all not read, y'all are that misinformed. Y'all just let these kids touch them. So it's like, it's that bad. But there's no stopping it. You know, these kids are gonna play the Call of Duties. You're gonna have you're gonna have the kids in pretty much every game you see. It don't matter. A lot of parents just don't care. They just use the game consoles as like a daycare for a lot of them.
Yep.
The one thing I've seen on the topic specifically is Miles from Windows Central. He's playing or has played the game for review purposes before this, so he's got a little bit more of a behind the scenes, should we say, compared to some people that haven't played it yet. So he's played through it. He knows what to expect, knows what it's about, and he said even that scene in the grand scheme of things, it makes sense. And as a horror fan, it adds into the feeling of it. It's not meant to make you feel comfortable. Like the whole purpose of it is to make you feel uncomfortable. It's like horror games as
horror's about.
Genre, you're not meant to feel nice in a horror. You're meant to feel uncomfortable. You're meant to feel like this is horrific.
I said this when I interviewed the Resident Evil cast, because Resident Evil 7, Resident Evil, what was it, 8? Which one's Village? I think Village is 8, right?
Yeah,
so
Village
Resident Evil 7,
is 8.
So 7 by 7. So Resident Evil Village felt it only had one section that really brought fear.
The baby,
and that was the baby section. The rest of the game felt kind of very toned down. The werewolves were okay at first when you first play them. You're like, okay, quick little jump scare here and there. But at first, you're like, after a minute, you're like, okay, these guys are not really that scary. Who cares?
Yep.
And then Lady Dimitrescu, Lady Dimitrescu was basically the dad from Biohazard, but a sexual version of the, a tall, sexy woman with long school. But she was cool. So I thought Maggie and them did good with that. But most of the other game, though, there was really no real sense of fear in this game whatsoever at all. But when you compare it to 7, some people say 7 is the most scariest game. I didn't really get that scared out of 7. I didn't, aside from the opening of it with the dad trying to feed you roaches and chasing you around. But it's like, I hate when they tone down something that is a staple. Horror. Why is horror being tempted now? Because you want to appeal to more people. The reason why Resident Evil is where it's at is because it scared the hell out of people.
Exactly.
And people loved it. That's what it was. And people are asking for other OG classes to come back, like Dino Crisis. I ain't gonna lie. Back in the day, we were afraid of dinosaurs. We're looking at them as lovable figures in these Jurassic Park movies now. I'm like, yeah, you wouldn't survive in my era. In my era, we were terrified of dinosaurs. Dino Crisis scared the hell out of you. So I miss that type of approach. And it's like you're missing. We're not seeing that much. It's like,
we've said that about. I mean, we had a good conversation on the big podcast midweek with Miles, and games like Condemned, which are just like like people are locked into closet, like in lockers and things, with one arm missing and their faces ripped off and things like that. And
Yeah.
like just grim, brutal games, and that's what horror is about. Like horror games.
Yeah, it's supposed to mess with your psychology in a way. It's
Mentally
supposed to mess
scarring,
with your brain.
Yeah, it's all about shock value. That's what it was about. I called it straight shock value. Like you see something like Resident Evil 2 remake. The reason why I love that game so much, and a lot of people call that a love letter, they nailed everything.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Everything, even when you hear the big footsteps, and you know who it is if you played the OGs, you know what those big footsteps are. But to the people who didn't know who he was, and he comes around the corner, he starts running at him, and they get scared. It's like, yeah, that's horror. That's the horror we grew up with. That's the thing that's a staple with this franchise. It's like, it will always be I'll always like your Resident Evil 2 remake as just the definitive way all Resident Evils really should be. Like I'm hearing Resident Evil 4. I'm hearing a lot of good things about the Resident Evil 4 remake, but if we're talking about style, just give me Resident Evil 2's remake style. You know what I mean? The way the camera moved, the way he moves with the gun going through, that's perfect. That's a perfect style for
I'm
a
looking
Resident
forward
Evil
to that.
game. Yeah, like the first person aspect, a lot of people saying first person it's not great. I think they nail it for Resident Evil. It looks good. The only thing that's kind of weird about the first person aspect is their obsession with chopping off dudes' arms.
Yeah,
everything.
Both of them back on.
Hey, he puts them first aid and it's back together. I'm like, that's not how it works, but okay.
Yeah,
I believe it. I'll take it, but that's not how it works. It's like, that's the thing. So it's cool. Like, Resident Evil is special in those aspects. And, I'm hearing reports of Capcom possibly being the next acquisition for PlayStation type of thing. So if Sony got their hands on Capcom and it would make sense for them because of Evo as well.
Yeah.
Because they own Evo. I would think Sony would really want to get their hands on Street Fighter just for Evo and push their new patent. Because I don't know if y'all heard about it, where you can basically bet on your favorite streamers.
Street Fighter itself, they need to ditch that whole season passy type thing that they did. The Street Fighter 5, like that was a mess.
They need to take moves out of Bandai Namco. You know, give a solid roster, a lot of maps, tons of content at start, and then you just add upon it as you go through the year. That's all you have to do. That Bandai Namco, as much as Tekken 7 did good, it did good, but a lot of people don't give praise to Bandai Namco how they handled Tekken 7. It really did have a lot of good content, a lot of good characters were added, a lot of people were excited about what they were given, and they looked up to it. So I look at that, it's like, yeah, they handled that better. Just like NetherRealm with Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat has some of the best additional characters I have ever seen. Like when they had Spawn, I almost got emotional. I was like, dude, I wanted him in the game for so long. He looked fantastic. And you see Malbosia. I was like, imagine that was a standalone game. I would be in heaven. I'm like, dude, that looks incredible. You nailed it. You nailed it. Like, I love that style. They even have RoboCop in there. I'm like, and the Punisher. It's like, dude, not Punisher, Terminator. They had a lot of stuff. It's like, dude, they've been killing it in the fighting scenes. But
Sony, you know what it is? I'm expecting potentially you seeing the likes of Capcom go over to Sony and NetherRealm potentially end up with Microsoft. They've been kind of pally about things for ages, NetherRealm and Xbox. Specifically talking about the likes of doing another Killer Instinct, and I think they've mentioned, you know what it is, we'd do a Killer Instinct if you want us to do a Killer Instinct with no problem. That'd be a perfect acquisition, I think. And we need
Killer Instinct cross Mortal Kombat.
We need two opposing fighters. We do. We need Sony with their big juggernaut fighter. We need Xbox with theirs, and then we need that middle ground one. That one in the middle.
And that's the thing. Everybody wins. Everybody has their own variant. Everybody has something to flock to. You know what I mean? Everybody has something to really be proud of for it. Killer Instinct, when it first came back, big moment. It was great when we saw it in its glory. But it's like, where was it afterwards? You know, where's the sequel? And now you possibly can get that back, which is what people have been asking for God knows how long. And you have Sony, you know, what I love about the possibility too, is that you can see OG classics make remakes or remakes for, like Capcom versus SNK 2, Bloody Roar. You know, there's a lot of fighters that we had back then that were just left, you know, they're gems and that could be really outdone with these consoles. But, you know, we just don't have them. And it's definitely possible to see it. But for Capcom, I mean, Street Fighter makes sense. I don't think Sony's really interested in Bandai Namco. Plus, they're a little expensive on their list here too. I don't think Sony's going to really bother with Bandai Namco. So you can have Tekken 7 be that other game outside of Microsoft and Sony. Because I don't think Microsoft will be interested in Bandai Namco. If anything, I see Microsoft going for Sega for the Yakuza series and a few other things for the next big acquisition. And Sony will go for Capcom just for the working relationship that they have. And it makes sense. Like if you guys go to the Resident Evil.
Sega makes sense on the Microsoft side, helping them create the Dreamcast and so on and so forth. Like the history's there for
Jet Set Radio Futures. I mean, it all makes sense with Xbox. It makes sense when that's what they were a big part of. So, you know, it's like all come in circle type of thing. So Sega will go to Microsoft, Capcom will go to PlayStation because Capcom made their stance on the PlayStation console, if I remember correctly. That was their big break, you know, with Resident Evil. So it makes sense. You know, now are they going to play ball? Are they going to make them third party? I don't know. You know, that's the thing. But looking at the way things have been going with how Jim's been seeing it, it's possible because, you know, Resident Evil, the reason why Resident Evil is so lucrative because it's available on every platform and everybody looks up to it and goes to it. So I don't think Sony's going to be that guy to go, hey, yeah, we're going to cut you off from this, you know? It'd just be like the Call of Duty thing. You can't cut off 90% of your following from these other platforms. You just can't do it. You have to have that open and make it up. I mean, they made $1.2 billion in 3 months off of microtransactions. So that game, it pays for itself. It prints money for itself. So
it's going to be the conversation around exclusivity and after acquisitions is going to be there for a long time now. For all platforms, for all major platforms. I can't imagine Nintendo's the only one that I can't see getting involved in this acquisition nonsense.
They don't really need them, you know. I mean, maybe Platinum Games, because Platinum Games doesn't really have a legit full-time publisher type of thing. You know, they just make their games. Maybe they'll buy Platinum Games just for Bayonetta, but after seeing the reaction from Bayonetta 3, I don't think people really care. You know, I think if anybody would want to see a true Bayonetta in her true form, it would have to be on an Xbox or PlayStation or PC platform. You see what I'm saying? Because you're not going to see it really in its true worth. I mean, we saw Bayonetta. Bayonetta was, a lot more pretty than what we saw in this latest gameplay we saw for it. It's very pixelated. It's not well looking, and it's a shame. It looked bad, but then you see Strikers. That looks amazing. That looks good for the Switch. So it's like, that's really unfortunate.
It's Platinum Games are a strange one. I mean, this past week, they've been specifically Kamiya's kind of come out the woodwork and he's like begging Phil to bring
Scalebound,
begging, like, please, like, make us do it, and it's consistent. Like for the last week or more, he's just been like, okay, do this, and these different shows he's been saying, I want to work with Microsoft again. I want to do this. I want to do this. I want to bring Scalebound back. But it's a studio, and a lot of people have said it, and it's not just kind of from the outside; it's from the inside as well. A lot of people are saying, you know what it is? This is a studio that's either going to do really well very shortly or go bust. They are out of it entirely. It's one or the other this time around for them, and I think they know it. And I think they need somebody to invest in them, which is why I think specifically they want Microsoft to come in now. They've seen the money they're spending. They want a part of that pie.
The thing is, though, they slandered Microsoft correctly. They blamed Microsoft for Scalebound's fail. I'm sitting going, okay, well, now you're here going back to the hand that you bit. You never bite the hand that feeds you type of thing. So you're going back to the same studio going, hey, I want another chance. I want to make this game. And I'm sitting going, I mean, granted, it would be cool to see it come back and actually see the true vision of it. Because I remember when we first saw it, it was like running at like 12 frames a second. It was really bad.
I went back and watched the video the other day, and it was so choppy.
It was so bad, very, very bad. And the dragon was all it did not look anywhere near what they were talking about. But you have the more powerful systems on that. The thing about it, though, they'd be too much of a liability. I mean, it'd be cool for press. Because, like, you know, guys, you finally get the game. It kind of be like The Last Guardian. Remember how The Last Guardian was in developmental hell and you didn't see it, and then you finally saw it and goes, you got that crazy wild moment, people get emotional, and then when the game comes out, it's forgotten about in like 2 months. It could most certainly be something like that. It could be like their last guardian moment, just they redeem themselves. Like, yeah, okay, we right the wrong. Okay, sure, we have a clean slate, so to speak, if they wanted to do that. So it's possible. Me, I'm not over the top. I'm not over the moon for it. I mean, I would like to see it just to have more games. And more games, the better, right? There's no problem with having more games. But am I like going, do we need it? Nah, I'd be a fool. I said we need it. We don't need Scalebound.
No, we don't.
But it'd be cool to have a Scalebound just for those who liked it, just so they can experience it. The same thing I would say to those who want an Order 1886.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Does everybody want to order 1886? No, but I know for a fact that we need an Order 1886, Just like a lot of people will love a certain game from Supermassive Games called Until Dawn 2. Where's Until Dawn 2? I would love to see that game come back. We don't have that. There's a lot of games that could benefit. I mean,
speaking on that particular topic, then have you not been a fan of the Dark Pictures then anthology?
So I was gonna give them a shot until I saw Man of Medan, and I was like, yeah, this ain't what I fell in love with.
I played through Man of Medan and I did actually like it. It's based on a real thing. It is based on a real ghost ship story, as it were, which was a Dutch vessel, a Dutch cargo vessel that went missing and then reappeared. And the follow-up, I like. The one thing I do like about the Dark Pictures anthology is that it's an entirely different story every time.
Yeah. They never tell the same story. They're like David Cage and Quantum Dreams. They jump to different styles,
But I did like Until Dawn. The problem I had with Until Dawn was that I watched people playing it and streaming it and things all the way through, and I loved watching people playing it, and specifically watching them get scared and things. That by the time it come to actually playing it for myself, I knew the entire story inside and out, and I was like, right, now it's just a case of me doing these QTEs really quickly so that people don't die or people do die.
Oh, dude. Seeing people I love that mechanic that they had with the dual shock with the four, where you have to hold still and you got to keep the light bar because there's one girl, she was shaking so bad, and she was trying to hide from the dude in the mask, and he's literally above her. She shakes and moves. He grabs her. I'm just going, oh my god, I'm just gonna die, because everybody had some different playthroughs and they were going through it. It was just hilarious. But that's the thing, though. I would love to see that game come back, especially when you see how good the DualSense is. That would be fantastic. They can really push that, and also the quality of those games. You know what I mean? They look incredible. Like Hayden Panettiere looks just like she does in real life in that game. Yes. They nailed everybody's likeness. It's crazy, and you see how brutal and gory it was. Like, why am I not seeing more of this? I would love to see more of this. I love games like this. And hell, I would even like a certain superhero. Like, a lot of people are not a big fan of Watchmen. I would love Watchmen to get a game of some kind from a real.
That needs to happen.
I would love to see that.
You had those arcade games, and let's just not speak about them.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about over the top, like that movie. You know what I mean? Like over the top. You have Rorschach as your Batman doing detective work. You got Dr. Manhattan doing his own thing, going to Mars. You probably can play as him or something like that if you wanted. You got Night Owl and Miss Jupiter struggling to stay in public view. They trying to be heroes again. It's like, dude, it's a lot of cool stuff they could have done with Watchmen. Watchmen's one of those cool style of superheroes. But I think I would my heart would melt if it was Spawn, though. Spawn's like the one game I want. I really want Spawn to get a
talks about a Spawn movie for so long, a new Spawn movie, and it just needs to happen already. Just do it.
I had my doubts about Jamie Foxx. I think Jamie Foxx was rumored to be the guy. I had my doubts until I saw a Spider-Man No Way Home. I think he definitely improved. He even bettered his craft, so I think he can definitely do it. Just a matter of the rating. That's the only thing about a Spawn movie. It's the ratings. You got to have a good rating for
that. What we need? Judge Dredd game. We need a new Judge Dredd game.
That'd be fire. Yeah. Judge Dredd will work.
Judge Dredd versus Death was a good game. I've recently replayed it again on PC. Oh, so good.
Yeah, it's a ton. It's a ton.
An M-rated Darth Vader game, during his prime. Sith-based game.
That would be cool. I would be down for that. I mean, after playing, I don't know if you guys played Jedi Fallen Order. Have you guys played?
Yeah, we've just been talking about that before.
That game is one of the greatest Star Wars games I've ever played. It's just amazing. And that whole opening, like where talking when she's like, I carry so much hate for you, and you can see the terror in her face when she hears the footsteps behind her, and then like the breathing, and her whole demeanor just shuts down. It's like, oh no, and I just lost it when it was there because they played Andy's theme. I was like, oh no, he's here, and it's like Darth Vader's in the game, and they nailed his power level. This dude was just wrecking stuff with ease. Like they nailed his power level.
I can't wait for the Obi-Wan TV series because we're apparently getting that rage-filled Vader that we need.
Yeah, and we're gonna get Darth Maul versus him, I think, because I think Ray Park is coming back for that too. And Ray Park is fantastic. I'm
looking forward to that. Can't wait for May. I think it's 6 episodes and they're an hour each, and they're gonna be absolutely amazing. I can feel it.
Yeah, see, like I wasn't on board with like Marvel becoming TV shows. Now I'm like the biggest fan. They're the quality. That's exactly right.
My favorite.
It's incredible.
Favorite of all of them so far, though, has been Loki.
Loki's amazing. Yeah,
it was a fire TV show.
I didn't even think I was gonna like Captain and Winter Soldier. And
I loved that.
I didn't think I was gonna like it.
Really bad. I thought it was gonna be bad.
Like, they killed it.
One of my favorite shows,
especially the training montage where you see him like literally mastering how to get the shield. I'm like,
yep,
that
was awesome.
That's right. That's all I like to see. I like to see that. That was good. Like he was great. I haven't seen Hawkeye yet. I'm hearing good things about Hawkeye.
It was okay. It wasn't the best of the Marvel shows, but it's very watchable.
Very watchable. Okay.
You know what it is? That's a good thing about Disney. Those like they are full time putting a lot of money and a lot of effort and a lot of production value into these series. Now they could have went the easy route and just got any old actor to do the characters, but they haven't. They went out of their way to make sure that they've retained the same characters as they do in films.
Even with their movies recently, they've been very diverse with the content. Like Shang-Chi, I didn't feel like I was watching a Marvel movie when I was watching Shang-Chi. I felt like I was watching a martial arts movie.
Yeah, they were incredible with it. The only one that I think they botched was Eternals. I don't think Eternals was.
Oh God, yeah.
Eternals was not that great.
I mean,
they relied too much on star
power.
Tried
something different.
Yeah, it's true. They're like, yeah, this is the greatest. Everybody's waiting for this. I'm like, no, we're not. We're not waiting for.
I liked the Black Widow movie too. I liked it. That felt like a spy movie. Like that would have brought people.
I'm indifferent. I'm indifferent on that one. The reason why I'm indifferent on that one because I didn't like what they did with Taskmaster.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Fan of Taskmaster.
But I can see that bringing different people into the cinema to see Marvel movies, and I think that's what their aim is for this next phase: is different type of Marvel movies aimed at different people, just to get them into the MCU, so they come back for more.
Yeah, it's cool how they written Florence in there, who plays Nat's sister and Black Widow. She was so nervous. She's like, I don't know how I'm going to do against playing against Romanoff here or the character. And I'm sitting there going, not only did she steal the show, she looked like a better fighter than the OG. Yep. I'm like, she nailed it. I'm like, you're perfect. You beat the original by a mile. So it's like, there's a lot of characters that just are really well written and set up. Even She-Hulk. I'm interested in She-Hulk. I think She-Hulk is going to be good. And then you got Spider-Man in the Sony universe. Andrew Garfield's talking about getting a movie, and he might be getting his movie. So if he's getting his movie, you might see the black suit with Tom Holland.
Hopefully, he needs his third Spider-Man movie.
That'd be awesome to see that. And you got Morbius. It's another one, and it's a lot of movies, a lot of stuff to look out for. It's crazy though when you go back to the TV shows though. The one TV show that a lot of people are looking like, okay, what is this? And it ended up being one of the most written and received TV shows from Disney was WandaVision. I was not expecting that to be that good of a TV show.
That's some really great camera work in there. When it like switched between the boxed screen to like you see it happen.
You see the TVs updating over time with the time jumps.
Yeah, it was so good.
Then Agatha. The Agatha reveal was amazing. I was like, wow, okay, that was perfect how they did that.
So, I mean, the good question from chat then is it's going to be more difficult. I mean, at the moment, I think I would probably still go Marvel, but who's doing it better, Marvel or Star Wars for their shows?
Marvel's kind of got the lead just because they have more and they've been quality. But yeah, Book of Boba Fett's really good. I'm liking Book of Boba Fett. The Mandalorian, untouched. Let's just go ahead and throw it out there.
Mandalorian's amazing. I'm going for it again.
Obi-Wan's getting his thing, and you know,
They
the
got
only
the
one that's missing is
Ahsoka
Vader.
TV series. They got.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure there's another one, but I can't remember what it is.
You need one for Darth Vader. We definitely need one for Darth Vader, though. I think just
you
seeing.
definitely need. That's what I think. That's why that question before as well, the kind of Vader-esque. I think even not just a Vader kind of game. I think a Sith game in the vein of a Jedi Fallen Order,
Mm.
like coming up through the ranks as a dark side Jedi.
Yeah.
Like see from the opposite end, like
That would be
the
awesome.
trials
That's
and
what I like about,
tribulations of having like the what do you call them? Not
the
just
conflict.
admirals and things. The conflict that they've got, kind of being told the dark side and directed to do things that you hate and massacre people essentially.
Like I love Star Wars theory because he's so good and how he like writes his stories and goes about. Like he's doing his film called Vader. He already did. I think he did, well, he hasn't dropped the full film yet, but he did like a tease for it. We saw, it was live action. Then he did like a second part, which is like CG and looks incredible. It looks like video game graphics with his team. But he's telling a story about Vader facing Mace Windu. And I'm like, I ain't gonna lie. I would love to see Vader versus Mace Windu in high production, for everybody. Imagine Samuel Jackson saying, hey, you use my likeness when he comes back. And they do that de-aging effect that they did with Mark Hamill and Mandalorian. Fantastic, right? It looked incredible.
Never see his body so he can come back.
Yeah, it's like,
if there's anything we know about TV shows and all that, is if you don't see a body, that person's not dead.
Or hell, even a Mace Windu origin story. Because a lot of people don't know Mace Windu uses the dark side.
Yep.
A lot of people didn't know he used he just has a purple lightsaber because he's Samuel Jackson. No, it has meaning. Each lightsaber has a meaning, and people you start realizing that like each lightsaber means something. Hopefully they go all out though with Jedi Fallen Order 2. You can like really customize the lightsabers. I can't wait to see what they do. Like I would love to be able to make a black lightsaber. That would be awesome. I will love that. I'll go crazy for making a black lightsaber. And,
I can't wait. I can't wait to complete the first one and then the second one come out. Like if it is coming out this year, like it's been rumored, I'm gonna be all over that.
Well, we got Eclipse, right? Star Wars Eclipse. We have that to tie us over. I think Quantum Dream is gonna nail it with Eclipse Star Wars. So I think
When's that due to come out? Star Wars Eclipse?
I don't think we got a release date. I just know we just saw it this year. I think it was this year.
Was it the Game Awards, right?
Yeah,
last
year.
Yeah.
I don't think
is that PlayStation exclusive or is it?
No, it's third party because Quantum Dreams is a third party developer. They left long time ago and went third party. Sony never locked them down. They basically they were always third party, to be honest. They just never dropped their games on other platforms because they were loyal to PlayStation, so to speak. It's like working with PlayStation. So they came out with Heavy Rain, and after Heavy Rain, they came out with Beyond Two Souls, and then arguably their most well-received game, which was Detroit Become Human, which is fantastic. I don't know if you guys played it, but you got to play Detroit. You have to play Detroit Become Human. It's a true like incredible game. It might start off weird for you because the style of this, but as you go further and further in that game,
I've got it downloaded. I just haven't played it.
You're doing yourself a disservice.
I've got Big Cloud at the moment specifically. The issue I've got at the moment specifically, which is stopping me playing, and I've ended up buying a load of the games on PC just to play through them again. Is I've still got the PS4 Pro, and that thing is a loud mofo. Like,
okay. Well, Detroit's
it's to the point
PC.
where I've like got to wear headphones, and even with headphones, I need to turn like them all the way up to ignore the sound.
Yeah. I know that problem. Get that to my sister. So you can take that, but you can use your PS5 for it, or you can put it or you can use PC. It's on PC as well. Detroit.
Is it?
Human. Yeah, it's on PC.
But
you're doing yourself a disservice though by not experiencing that game. It's really, 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 really good. It's one of the saddest stories I've ever seen.
Cyberpunk-esque kind of detective game.
Not
Cyberpunk, sorry, Blade Runner.
So it's kind of like the best way for me to explain it. You ever seen the movie iRobot?
Yes, yeah.
With Will Smith?
Love that movie.
It's basically that style of world where robots are a big deal. However, they're androids because you got that little circular thing on the side. So robots are everywhere. Like these androids are everywhere. So you have some in the police department, which pisses off real cops. You know, you got some who are escorts, which pisses off actual escorts. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of conflict in the world with stuff like that. And that's basically what it is. Now you have the government making their own version of a police detective. And that's where you play as Connor. Connor, in one of the stories, is one of their state of the line or state of the art models, where he can write reports by closing his eyes. You know, he can report the Cyber Life, which is the name of the company. He is more of a grounded character in terms of like how he goes about interrogating people, and he knows how to break robots low key, just because he knows how they react. Like when a robot is conflicted or under stress, the blue light, and this is why I love the detail in this game, the blue light will start turning dim and it'll start turning a different color. So like there was this one part in the game where you're interrogating 3 robots that look exactly the same. They're the same model robot, but different serial numbers. And like he's sitting there going, whoever's done this is going to be torn apart piece by piece. They're going to be destroyed. And you see this one tweaking. He's like, oh no. He's getting close to me, and then you start pressuring him, and that's how good Connor is. But Connor, they're called deviants, those who don't follow the system. Right? Like they become. Some people call them corrupt. It's not really corruption. It's called a moral compass. They build a moral because they're so state of the art. They're so advanced. They start building a conscience. Like, yeah, why am I doing this again?
Right.
You know, I'm my own person, you know, and some develop love for humans, some become rebellious, and some become free. And that's where the game just does so good at displaying. And I'm telling you, you'll love the game.
I'm going to have to play that. Once I get my new rig, I'm going to have to get that.
I say, I'm getting most of my stuff on PC at the minute because until I get the PlayStation 5, when that becomes more available again.
Yeah. Dude, play most of them on PC if you can. Play them. I mean, no. I mean, people saying the PS5 version of God of War is the definitive version. It's like, no. On PC, you got additional animations. You got the full customization with FOV sliders, filters, you name it. It's like, dude, that right there is the definitive experience. Even Sony Santa Monica flat out said PC is where it's at for the game. They were telling you, but it's like, but dudes, you know, they want to be in that bubble. Well, consoles only matter. Yep, and that's why you're there and they're over there. I have to say that. So.
Exactly. No, I'm looking forward to diving in actually with a positive, like you say, for yourself, giving a positive impression of it and saying it's as good as you say it is.
Oh, dude,
I'm looking forward to seeing what it is.
Like
I say, like one of my favorite franchises was kind of Blade Runner, and obviously that detective, that kind of post-futuristic detective world that they were in, and if is it anything like that, like a Blade Runner-esque futuristic android kind of world?
It's got elements of it because there's like a lot of intense moments with Connor at being a cop, obviously, you know, chasing fugitives, stuff like that. You got to do. It's a lot of cool moments that they do there, but then they also have these like very vulnerable like moments with the character named Alice, who is another robot who was basically starts off as a maid or a house android, where she takes care of, you know, basic stuff. Like she'll take out the trash, she'll clean up the apartment, she'll cook dinner. The last model got completely destroyed because of an abusive father.
Right.
See what I'm saying? So she has her sentimental type of story where you just love her at the end of the day. You just love that character. You have Marcus, who comes from a rich family type of environment where the guy was a billionaire. And Marcus became so attached to him because the dad would always confess to the android, you know, stuff that he couldn't tell his real son. And this creates conflict in Marcus where he considers the old man his true dad. He calls him dad when he dies, type of thing.
Right.
Yeah, so it's a lot of cool. It's great, man. You just gotta play it.
Yeah, that's definitely been added to my list. You've convinced me.
Adding to the list 100%.
Oh, dude! And if you like soundtracks as well, this game has possibly one of the best soundtracks of all time.
Really?
Yes. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Look up the song. It's called "Little One." Put Detroit and it's put "Little One," and you just hear it there. There's your song. Easily one of the best theme songs ever.
Whilst we are doing that, another topic we go into as well is more on the slight negative in the background for Microsoft and Xbox. Of course, it won't hit mainstream kind of publicity, etc., not to the heights of big acquisition news, etc. But of course, the original Halo composers are suing suing Microsoft for royalties over the soundtrack to Halo.
Marty O'Donnell and Mike Salvatore.
Yep.
Yeah. The reason behind that, of course, specifically is, to be honest, it is a little bit more complex. Microsoft, I can understand why they're kind of trying to shoo it away. They originally created, or at least according to Marty O'Donnell and Salvatore, created the soundtrack in their eyes as a licensed soundtrack, so it's licensed out to them. To Bungie initially. Then Bungie were acquired by Microsoft, and Marty O'Donnell went to work for Microsoft as well, separately as a composer. One of the first things that he's saying is they went into a meeting. He said part of his contract, this is a licensed property, like the Halo soundtrack is licensed. You don't own it, like we still own it. Microsoft like, we don't understand what you're talking about, like, but we'll sort it out later down the line. Microsoft, in their eyes, thought it was work for hire. Obviously, Marty O'Donnell and Salvatore said, no, it's licensed, it's our property, and we haven't been paid anything on this. It's a bit of a strange one, but it does happen from time to time. You can kind of see why Microsoft want to just ignore it. It's probably just going to end up with a settlement out of court.
Yeah,
probably pay them whatever they want to pay, but I think it boils down primarily just to, again, the studio acquisition and the fine lines between these third-party musicians and the way they work, kind of licensing out their work and what they've done. This is the first time I've seen something like this in the public eye, anyway, where composers have had to battle for things 20 years later.
20 years of royalties. Damn, that's got to be a lot of money.
I don't think it's going to affect the show, like, where they have to, like, delay or push anything back. I think they're fine. It's just, I'm hearing a lot of weird things about the show, too, though. I'm hearing that Master Chief is not, like, really in it. It's going to be something completely different, like a spinoff type of thing. I'm hearing something
right,
like that.
So he's kind of in it, but not in it.
Yeah, like he'll be in like maybe like the pilot episode, and they'll like introduce the main characters you're gonna be seeing
The actual
throughout
other Spartans.
Yeah, and then they'll move away from that, and he'll probably make like another appearance at the end of the season, type of thing. Maybe they'll do like those sporadic type of appearances in there where he's like there in the world, but he's not there in the show. If that makes sense. So maybe that would be. I mean, it'd be a clever way to like advertise the DLC for Infinite too, if you think about it. Like they
100%.
do it, they like tie it, they tie it, and like people go, damn, I like how that world looked. That'd be a cool map for Halo Infinite. It's like, oh, by the way, that's coming to Infinite. So it'd be cool.
Yeah, I don't think, like I say, I don't think it's going to be much of a big thing. We probably won't hear much of it. It's probably going to be an out of court settlement for that one.
Yeah, I think too. That'll be settled outside of the public eye.
A good possibility as well, if it did go to court in general, even the settlement fee could be a part of, right, okay, but we now want to own that original soundtrack, so there's no longer going to be an issue. So I can see it just being an out of court settlement. I think they will win it. They've got their own rights, and of course we never go against the original artists on these things. Regardless of who the company is. If the original artist said it was licensed, then it was licensed. Specifically, if he's stating that when he first joined Microsoft, he said, no, listen, like this movie, this soundtrack is licensed, so we need to sort this out. And he said they pulled us in. They were new at this. They hadn't got an idea what I was talking about because they'd never done this stuff before. So they were up front in the first place and hadn't got a clue as to how that stuff worked. So I think probably that's the main reason why it's been pushed back so long. They just went, I have no idea what he's talking about, so we're just going to ignore that and just hope it doesn't come back. And then years later, they're like, well, we'll still want an answer. It's like, come on.
I used to be like, I think it's Steph in the chat. I used to be like, I don't think I don't think the show's gonna be good. But personally, I become more optimistic for a lot of stuff. Like I used to say that. I said about the Batman. I don't know if you guys are gonna watch it, the new Batman.
I will
Yeah,
watch it.
towards
Yeah.
that.
I will
But I
watch
remember
it.
when I saw the casting, you know what I mean? And I saw like Robert Pattinson as Batman, Bruce Wayne. I was sitting there going, yeah, I don't know about this one, Chief. And then I saw the trailer. I'm sitting there going, you know what? I
Yep.
retract my previous statement. I might
I
watch
mean, that
this.
was
This
that
actually
was
looks
me
good.
with
So,
Ben Affleck. I was like,
there
nah,
you
I
go.
can't see him as Batman. And
There
then
you
when he
see
was
him.
Batman, I was like, oh shit, he's actually really good.
Yeah,
The only
so
thing
like-
I've got
possible.
with Robert Pattinson's Batman is when he's trying to be like that serious, like I am the Batman. He doesn't have the deep enough voice for it. It's
Oh, that I'm vengeance. That voice he does.
I'm the Batman.
I like hearing his voice and hearing Affleck's version of the. I think Affleck nailed the voice of Batman perfectly, because Christian Bale's version it's a little hard to go back to and listen to his version of the voice, but he still has arguably the best trilogy in the Batman series.
Christian Bale's
Yeah,
voice was like
best
his own voice.
trilogy.
And then, like Ben Affleck's was more like modulated slightly.
Yeah, and they talked about they showed the little odular thing and it like alternates the voice when they were doing so that was cool.
Whereas
But,
Christian Bale sounded more like he had a blocked nose.
It's trying so hard. But he had like on some real, even though he had the worst like voice, he had some of the best characters, like in terms of like villains in general too. Scarecrow was well done. Bane was fantastic. I remember I was going, Bane was going to be terrible. I was sitting going, because the voice was weird. But then when we saw him, it's like, dude, this is arguably the best Bane we've ever seen on TV or movies.
They picked the perfect actor for it though, because he is so good in everything he does.
Absolutely. And the dude was so committed. The dude legit put on like 40 pounds of muscle just for that role. I was like, dude, that's dedication. He brought it for that. He wasn't like those big dummy like in Batman and Robin. Yeah, I remember that he was like green and he just kept saying Bane. So they did that. But I'm a little optimistic for the show. It could be good, just like Last of Us TV show could be good, especially after seeing the Marvel situation. I think that's what it is. Marvel probably changed my perspective on a lot of stuff. Just
100%.
Seeing it. Hell, I remember I didn't want to watch Titans. I thought Titans was pretty cool of a show when they were showing off the Red Hood and stuff like that. So it's a lot of cool shows out here.
The one thing that's got me a little bit more optimistic for it is the fact that Amblin are working with them on it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if it was any other normal studio, I probably would have been like, still, but I trust Steven Spielberg's company. I mean, Steven Spielberg really messes up when it comes to telling a story.
Oh yeah.
I mean, one of the most recent Steven Spielberg films that I love is a film called Super 8. That's a very mixed messaging, but in terms of people who hate it and people who love it, and I'm firmly in the camp of people who love it because it reminded very much of the original E.T. films, like that sense of mystery and figuring out what's going to happen. And
I've seen that film, I just don't remember it.
What, Super 8 or E.T.?
Yeah, I know I've seen it. I just don't remember it.
You want to hold a testament to Spielberg's genius? Just like in Jurassic Park 1, you go back and watch that still to this day, and the dinosaurs still look incredible. The T-Rex still looks incredible, and it was all practical. You know what I mean? Like, he's that good at what he does. And the new Dominion, I ain't gonna lie, Dominion looks incredible too from what they're showing in the trailer.
For that.
Sam, have you seen it? Sam Neill's coming back. Alan Grant, he's in there. You gotta watch that, dude. the OG cast is back.
What was the name for the second Jurassic World movie?
Lost World.
No, Jurassic World 2. What was that called? The subtitle we had.
Fallen Kingdom.
That one. I've still not seen that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I remember I had my my doubts on Jurassic World as well. I was like, I don't think Jurassic World is gonna be good. End up loving Jurassic World. So it's like, they have their place. Jurassic Park has its place.
People love dinosaurs though, and they always will.
Yeah, the Indominus Rex though, I thought was kind of a missed opportunity right there, because I thought they were going to do a little bit more with Indominus Rex, but it was cool. Cool character. I don't know why they did the Indoraptor. That was the dumbest thing ever. I thought that was silly. They should just brought the Indominus Rex back at that point. What was the point of this Indoraptor? And you got this dude obsessed with pulling teeth off of dinosaurs, and then
what do you make of the new trailer then?
It was good. I thought it was good. Like a lot of stuff, like you seeing that I forgot the name of that dinosaur that comes out the water. Like the fisherman pull out the fish and he goes and grabs the cage. Like, no, I want that fish. Like, that was cool seeing that. Jeff Goldblum, still one of the greatest actors of our generation.
Sam Neill back as well.
Yeah, he look fantastic. All of them. I forgot her name. Who plays? I
know who you're talking about.
But yeah, I forgot her name. But she's also great to see her come back in the world. It's like all of them just in here, and we're seeing them having to adjust now that dinosaurs are free. Seeing Blue now have a kid. I was like, wow, okay. I was not expecting that. Blue has a kid, so that's cool. It looks really, really cool to see overall. I don't know what they're gonna do though. I think is this the last one they said?
It's the very last Jurassic Park ever.
So yeah, there's gonna be a lot of deaths I can see in this one. I just hope they don't kill off the OG cast. I don't want to see like Sam Neill go or Jeff Goldblum go. I'm like, why? What's the point of killing them off? They're icons in their own right. Like that. They made the films. But seeing Sam Neill come back after so long, and the dude has not aged a bit. He does. He looks incredible for this too. It's like, I can't wait. I can't wait to see it. It's going to be cool. The CGI looks incredible too. They mastered all of it. All the dinosaurs look great in their own respect. I just hope they don't have no endo dinosaurs at this point, because that's kind of played out. Seeing the one where you know when he smiled when dude tried to grab the tooth, I was like, we don't need this no more. No, let's not do that again. Let's not have no goofiness in this world. But you know, that's pretty much it though. It's cool.
Yeah, and we haven't really had a dinosaur game that's lived up to expectations. Second Extinction came and went.
Yeah. You know what it is? Everybody's trying to be cool.
Was good.
Yeah, that's the problem. Everybody's trying to make like these dinosaur games that are kind of like cool with with technology and crazy weapons, and try to make like an action-packed thing. How about we ground it a bit here? Let's take the guns, let's take all that weird stuff out, and let's just make it like a Dino Crisis. You know why that game is so memorable? Because you are limited on what you got, and you got these damn dinosaurs all over the place, right? And you know, you don't even know where they're coming from, and then you see them. Like, do something like that. That's why I really hope Capcom answers the call, man, and goes, yeah, Dino Crisis remake. I just need that. I need that in my life. I need that in my life. Just one.
I think a realistic Jurassic game would be awesome. Like if you're talking about like a Jurassic Park and it's more about like the park starting to fail and you've got to try and escape it. You've only got limited things to do to be able to survive. And
I can see Sony tackling something like that, or Microsoft tackling something like that. You know,
Naughty Dog could get that down 100%.
Yeah, that could be a passion project, and it'd be like a survival horror, just grounded game, and you have to craft the stuff that you need to get away from these dinosaurs, evade them. It's like, dude, they can nail it. Like,
imagine legitimately trying to hide from like a flock of raptors, like somewhere you'd be like.
Or the other things. Remember the compies? The little small dinosaurs. Like they killed the dude in part 2. Imagine trying to hide from those. You got to try to outrun them or get away from them. And these damn things are cornering you and eating. Like I remember they made something similar to that. I only remember in Uncharted 4 or 3. I think it was 4. Was it 4? No, it was 3. I'm sorry. Where like the spiders.
Oh God.
You remember that? We had to run through the house and he's got the spiders coming through the roof and they were aggressive and they don't like light. It's like, yeah, they can definitely tackle something with compies and stuff like that with dinosaurs. Hands down. So yeah, hands down. Love.
So this is what I love about the kind of gaming. The gaming is literally limitless in terms of the ideas and things that studios can tackle. And sometimes we all sit there and come up with these ideas for games and you think, why is nobody really just jumped into this and thought about it and just said, you know what it is, we want to do this. Like, why people have not done this yet? Oh God! But there's going to be a time where someone does dive into it and does it properly. The closest we've got to a legitimate Jurassic game that's done any good was the Jurassic Park kind of RTS, create your own Jurassic Park.
That little park control thing. I forgot. Yeah.
Where they can escape and you've got to get them back and things like that. But there's no There's nothing to that other than just a park constructor.
We just need dinosaurs that are just like we need a studio that just doesn't care. We need like a Visceral Games type of studio, right?
Yeah.
They take dinosaurs and just go, hey, you think dinosaurs are cute? We got something for you. Like,
Yeah.
You know what makes Jurassic Park 1 so memorable aside from just the effects? You remember how like that scene where the dude, I forgot his name, but I think it's Nidri. Is it Nidri? Yeah, Nidri. The guy who is trying to steal the embryos.
Yes.
Remember how he sees this small dinosaur? He tries to go, "Oh, you're not so bad." It starts and it's like sizing him up. He's so stupid, he doesn't know what he's doing. And then he like ties the thing around the tree. The tree goes right. So I'm gonna run you over and I get back down. And it keeps getting closer. And then like it finally shows the true intentions. Like you need like shock value moments like that with dinosaurs, where like you really do. Like, that thing was like crazy. I was like, you still sticks with you to this day. Little quivers, the quivers opens up and it just looks at you weird, makes that hissing noise. It's like, yeah, that's terrifying. That's
they need to bring the Turok franchise back.
Yeah, Turok would be cool. It would be cool. But when I remember dinosaurs, I remember I used to be terrified of dinosaurs.
Yeah,
as you should.
Yeah. So. Speaking of which, talking about dinosaurs, of the mechanical variant, a game that is coming out very soon, which includes dinosaurs of the mechanical variant, Horizon Forbidden West.
Yes, sir.
Next week, this Friday coming.
Next week, Friday indeed. I'm still in very much two minds whether or not to pick it up on PlayStation 4 Pro or just wait until I've got a PlayStation 5. We know they don't do day and date for PC, so I'm in that dilemma right now. Do I get it? Do I not?
I've still not even completed the first one, so as soon as I get my new PC, I'm going to get the first one on PC and just play that, and then probably just wait for the second one to come to PC.
You know where it is? The first one on PC, I picked it up the other week because I've got it on the PlayStation 4 Pro. I've played it to 90% completion. I just got lost at the end bit there.
I platinumed it. I was that addicted to the game.
I've got one of our panel members, Shom. He's played it 2-3 times now, new game plus on hardest difficulty and everything. He loves the game. Like that was his favorite franchise on PlayStation. And I don't blame him, to be honest, because it's a beautiful world and it's a great concept, specifically with these, like the way that you tackle all these different machines and how you'd bring them down, etc. And at first, I mean, still to this day, the flying ones are the worst to me.
The eagle, the flying eagle.
Oh, God, they're annoying.
You know what it is too, though, about that game? On base model PS4, it looks great, right? But when you have HDR on in PS4 Pro, you really just saw the color pattern. You know, the different. It's really gorgeous in that way. And then when they brought it to PC and you see that amplified, it's like, dude, this is just wow. You know, it's like it's art, right? It really is art. And I was happy for
the best thing
games.
for PC for me was the fact that it was no longer the checkerboard and you had more of a
true switch,
true look of it.
Yeah,
and that was it was noticeable as well. Like you could see,
it's undeniable. It was undeniable. You could see the extra attention, the effort they put into it. Even people don't understand the importance of an FOV slider. It changes the game so much for these games, and they don't really understand. People go, "Oh, all you doing is zooming out." Yeah, and I'm getting more. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting more of this world instead of it being so locked to the back of a character where I have to keep turning around to observe. You're getting more of the actual world and the beauty of it. And when you get to the weapons, I just thought they nailed it. Like they nailed everything about that game. It's just some people said like the futuristic settings, like the missions where like you're finding out what happened to the people before. Some people said they wanted more context, like how she found her mom at the end, like the corpse of her mom, something like that. I was like, I get what y'all going for, but at the same time, I don't really care. I think they did good. The only character that was kind of annoying was the dude who was like, who goes from kind of like teaching you about corrupted machines, only to ultimately capture the corruptor and go, we're gonna do this all over again. I'm like, huh? I thought we learned something. And he's like, nah, we're gonna do it our way. I was like, okay. Looks like we're going to be fighting you in part 2, it appears. But seeing the game now from in its scale in part 2 compared to 1, the additional effects, the attention to detail, like you can have dudes with fortresses on like the mammoth. You can blow off the fortress and see them coming off of the fortress and see the mammoth go crazy. That's cool. And even that new snake looking one was Wow.
There's a few more. I think they've got a lot more planned, and they've only showed a couple of them that
Yeah.
we've seen so far. Obviously, you've seen the big woolly mammoth,
Yeah.
the snake, and I'm sure there's several others. Of course, you've got a lot more underwater now.
Yeah, there's probably a crocodile one that we didn't see, or like a squid-like one.
Oh, something
That's in
ridiculous.
there.
You know what it is?
Yeah.
They need to put in specifically going into water, like a megalodon type.
That would be
That'd be
pretty
cool.
crazy. That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. Because the new water, and I like the water element because it does open up a new element towards the game. You know, you can explore more, you can see more. If there is megalodons in there, I would lose my mind because, like, yeah, that would be awesome. Because how do you fight a megalodon? Because from what I look at it doesn't like you can really fight underwater. You just have to like evade. You know, you're kind of vulnerable, evading throughout the water. But it'd be cool just to see that too. It's awesome. Like I love what they've done. That's their new IP. That's their first ever new IP, and they mastered it. And that's the cool thing about having creativity and just being free, having freedom to do stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You get stuff like that. So I'm very happy to see that.
Oh, 100%.
I can't wait to see like the engine improvements as well, because like we know Kojima helped them like push their engine further.
Yeah, he tweaked it before he even started his Death Stranding game, and he tweaked them. He tweaked all the engines, if I'm not mistaken, at Sony. He lent his expertise, optimized them, and just to see what we got after he optimized them. I mean, the dude's a genius. He's a creative genius. He really is.
Yes, I mean, you know what it is, and because one of the things that, like I say, recently, I didn't get Death Stranding on PlayStation 4 Pro, but I did pick it up for the PC. Got it for the low price of less than $15, which was awesome. And I'm probably going to end up getting the expanded version when they've released that, and that's out shortly for PC, director's cut version, because you can upgrade for a small price as well. But having played that in the world, and at first thinking it's just the game about walking, it's not. There's a lot more to it. Like the actual walk-in parcel delivery side makes more sense when you've dived into the game. And the story he's built behind it, and the characters he's built behind it, and the character building he's got in that game. Like Kojima's very smart. I've got more of an appreciation for him having played more of Death Stranding and learned more about the world he's building.
The dude is so ambitious. He basically predicted COVID-19 before it even happened with Death Stranding. It's pretty much a prime example of what this dude's outlook of the world is. He predicted it to the T.
He's a visionary as well. He really does help push the industry forward.
Yeah. You know what it is as well, though? He is an absolute cinema nut. Like, if you want to have a look at specifically really great horror films from any side, or really great films in general, Kojima has them down to a T. You just look at his timeline and he goes, "I'm watching this today." You know that's going to be good.
Like him and Del Toro. Del Toro is one of the greatest creators when it comes to just making worlds and different creatures. You know, like I've been a fan of his ever since Hellboy. Like remember the troll market in Hellboy 2? Hellboy 2? Yeah, he nailed so many designs, so many different creatures. This dude thought of on the fly and had them ready and set. It's like, dude, these people are crazy. Even his design for Samael. Remember Samael, the Hellhound?
Yeah.
The dude is just that brilliant. I'm like, yo, that's you don't have that many people.
What was that film? That really weird film he did? I think
Pan's Labyrinth.
Pan's Labyrinth. Yeah, that was a pretty good movie. It's creepy as well.
Weird film, but it's
bloody thing with the eyes in its hands.
Oh yeah, the hands. Yeah. I think he didn't really reuse that design, but he did something similar for Death in Hellboy 2. Remember, like Lady Death.
Yes.
Yeah. So it was a lot of good, but the eyes I think were on the wings. So he has like a lot of crazy designs, man.
He does. You've got to be fair though. It's you need more creators like that are not scared to push the boat out. And one game that I'm looking forward to seeing more, and when it was announced, I thought it was Kojima, was Pragmata. We haven't really seen much of that since it was announced, but I'm really looking forward to seeing what that's all about.
How about Atomic Ward? I think it's called Atomic Ward.
Yeah, but that had such a Kojima look on it, and specifically the main character, because that's the Kojima icon.
Yeah,
like that's his studio's icon. I'm like, what?
I've
Not
not actually
Kojima.
seen that. What was it called?
Pragmata. If you watch that, that just looks like a Kojima game.
Yeah, look up Atomic. I think it's Atomic Ward. That's the other game. It looks kind of like
Atomic Heart.
Atomic Heart. There you go. Atomic Heart. I can't get you mixed up. Atomic Heart has like that mix of BioShock in a sense in it.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
it's
can't
really
wait for that game,
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I can't wait for that. It's coming to Game Pass, right?
think so. Yeah, think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't wait to play it.
Yeah.
Fantastic games. Fantastic.
Didn't they say like it's coming out in one of the months that end in ER?
Yes, it ends in ER. Yeah, they didn't say when. It just said it's a month that ends in ER. That's when it's coming out. I was like, okay, great. That could be anything. But I'm in two minds to get Forbidden West immediately, only because it's going to be on PS4 Pro and it's not going to be the best it can be.
I mean, if I could
I'm not too
somehow-
worried about it though. We've seen mostly PS4 Pro footage of the game, so we haven't seen the PS5 version. I do think we're in good hands. I think they're gonna push it. It's gonna be fine. But I would have more confidence though if it was strictly PS5 only type of thing. But,
yeah,
you know,
I mean,
and I say that about
about-
God of War Ragnarok as well. Ragnarok
Yeah.
could have been much more ambitious if it was strictly PS5 only. But I'm glad Insomniac they learned that lesson. They was like, yo, guys, you want that Spider-Man true experience? We're getting you 2 Spider-Man. You're getting Venom in this, and this is gonna be in 2023. I'm like, yeah, I'm sold. Oh, by the way, we got Wolverine. That's also gonna be PS5
I can't wait
only.
for that.
I'm sold. You know, you got me. So Insomniac is clearly, I think they've earned their right to be up there with the A tier, if not their hierarchy like studio right now, just with the content and quality that's been consistent. Naughty Dog, they're known for quality, but they're not known for abundance of quality, especially throughout a generation. They're only known for they're like the rock star of Sony, right? They give you one good game at this point, and then now you're seeing that one good game either get a sequel or get spin-offed or have addition or basically repackaged in this sense, because the remake is happening.
yeah.
And I hope that remake on some real. I had this fear. I was talking to IGN about because we had Lauren Galloway on. I was sitting going, yeah, Lauren, you see these TV shows, how things are going. My fear is that they'll change the likeness to match the TV show.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Because remember, it's outdated. Last one was outdated when they brought it back to when they upped the res for PS4 and for it didn't really look that different. Same game,
Yeah.
But if they do change the likeness just for this new engine, I'm gonna feel a certain way. I'm gonna feel a certain way just for these new characters.
I'm still thinking that Last of Us remake might be the first day and date PlayStation game to go to PC as well as console.
It's possible because of factions. Again, they want factions to really, really stick out.
Yeah,
and it's possible.
I can't see them releasing the original Last of Us on PC to then only release the remake. I think it makes more sense just to release the remake.
Yeah. Not to mention, you're getting a remaster of Part 2. Who in God's name asked for a remaster of Part 2?
Yeah, it looks great already. You just need
it's already fine. But again, that's $70. They got to justify that $70. And people are eating it up, going, oh, see, we get quality. I'm like, bro, you're getting the exact same game, up-res, and one remake of a game that doesn't need a remake.
Yep, it's just come out. In the grand scheme of things, in the world of gaming, that game's just come out. It's been out 2 minutes.
Yeah.
The only I would say on your point in terms of changing I wouldn't want to change the visuals of the characters to match the TV for Last of Us, but the only game that you do want that in is The Witcher, and they're doing that because obviously they are matching Geralt to match the TV series, and I think now we've gotten so used to seeing the TV series version of Geralt that when we play the game version, it kind of looks a bit odd. You're like, no, that's not the Geralt we're used to now. We're used to the TV version, and the TV version looks cool, and you've got kind of used to him.
Yeah.
I've still got to finish season 2.
Have you not?
No, I've not finished it yet.
So much better than season 1.
4 episodes in.
Yeah, it's so much better than season 1. But it plays up season 3 even more, and obviously there's still
there's a spin-off of that as well coming. I can't remember what it's called, but I think it's set like 1,000 or something years before Geralt.
No, it was more kind of when the witches were coming into the fold.
Yeah, I think it's like based around a group of elves or something. I'll have to find it.
Yeah. Oh dear me. Last tiny bits of news, of course, before we wrap up the show. These are tiny bits of news, though, more funny bits of news that we didn't expect. Snoop Doggy Dogg is getting a skin in Call of Duty.
apparently, yeah.
Makes sense. He was an announcer for Ghost. I remember you can pay for have him as an announcer for your kill streaks in the game, and also the gunnery sergeant for Arlie Emery. Rest in peace, by the way. But yeah, he also was you got the gunnery sergeant for him.
Yes.
So
yeah. So that'll be fun to see that happening anyway. It'll be hilarious having him as a skin. You can imagine seeing hundreds of Snoop Dogs running around this map.
Oh Lord!
Yeah,
I mean, we it's not like we haven't seen worse stuff or weirder stuff. Remember, we had Michael Myers in the game.
Yes.
Predator was in the game. Yeah, there's a lot. We've seen a lot.
I mean, we've seen Santa for all of like 2 minutes until they removed him because of backlash.
Yeah. So they know what they're doing. Call of Duty just it's doing what Call of Duty does. Cringe on top of cringe on top of cringe, and the kids are gonna eat it up and say it's the greatest thing ever.
Yeah.
And then when you call it out, they're gonna say you suck at the game, and it's just gonna be an endless cycle. And every single time, that's the kids. I can't even get into that whole battle royale style thing. I tried it before. I was like, yeah, this ain't for me.
Which is the one that you tried first? Was it PUBG or was it Warzone, or which was the battle royale that tapped you out?
Is it Warzone, the one where you're like, it's kind of like Fortnite? You gotta keep going to the middle of the map, stay in the grid, whatever, or you die. Is that what it is?
The circle.
Yeah. That's the one. And that was in 4. That was in Black Ops. I think it was Black Ops 4. So yeah, I played that a little bit because it was the beta. It's like, I'm not making a comeback to Call of Duty. I'm not doing this because the game that shattered my faith for Call of Duty, and I just never looked at it the same afterwards, was Call of Duty Ghost. It was so awful. Awful. I gave the game chances.
When the OG Xbox came out, I picked up Ghosts and I didn't even play it. I played part of it and I was like, "Is this so bad?"
Oh, is it Blackout? Is the name of it? Okay, he's got Blackout. But I played that when the PS4 released. I was like, okay, new engine, new console. I'm expecting some great stuff. And it's like, yeah, this is awful. Servers are awful, guns are awful. The community is the worst it's ever been with the camping and everything of that nature. I had friends who basically kept me on the game by playing because I'd play with them, but it's like that was the only thing that kept me here. It's like, okay, like they'll spam you into oblivion. Like, yo, bro, come on, Call of Duty, please. Man, I'm like, I'll jump on this game. And I had some moments. I got nukes and all that stuff, but it's like it just doesn't mask the fact that the game was one of the worst of all time. No balance, terrible score system. And do I even need to remember the noob tube and ride shield combo that they had going on in that? They literally did just troll the good players. Like, yeah, no, thank you. Danger close. The IEDs killed the game too. Yeah, C4 mine, whatever that thing was. You throw it everywhere, and you always hear dudes ride danger close. They just camp. I'm like, yeah, this is not a good. It's not a good game.
Yeah, specifically at the end as well, like especially in a Warzone type game, if you get an IED and you put that right in the entrance and you're just inside, you just gotta wait for them to come to you. You put an IED in front of you, you don't need to do anything. IED takes care of it for you.
Yeah. I would say, what was the story for that game too was awful. Ghost. I don't know. Did you play the story for God Ghost?
I completed it and it was bad.
Oh my god! You shoot dude in the heart underwater, and
that's
then
the one,
you get
that's
your
the one
brother
with the revolver, right? And you have to load the bullets in the gun.
You get out the water, and then it's like at first I thought the game was broken because you're looking to the left at your brother, and you see credits playing. I'm like, okay,
it's on the train, right? If I'm recalling it correctly,
you crash the train or something like that underwater, and then you shoot him, and then I thought the game was broke because you're looking to the left, your brother's here, you see credits on the right. I'm like, okay, it's about to end. I dropped my damn controller. I kid you not, I dropped my controller, and my controller moves the analog stick to the right because he looks over, and that's when the dude comes out of nowhere and drags you away at the break of your arm. It's like, wow, this got to be the dumbest story I ever seen. Because how is he still alive and has this much energy after being shot in the heart?
Yep.
That's weird.
Yeah, it should be straight out. I mean,
Why
that
does
game
Call of Duty
rightfully
always
was.
have those cliche endings though? Like, oh, you
Ugh.
got to throw someone a knife, or you got to catch a knife.
Yeah, they were saying, "Oh, Call of Duty, Modern Warfare, the latest Modern Warfare is a love letter because of Ghosts." And I'm like, who? Like, oh, Simon Ghost Riley. Oh, you mean the guy that they burnt off? They literally burned to a crisp, and then they literally let you believe every single ridiculous theory that he was alive. You mean that guy? Yeah, I'm so hyped that he's coming back. I'm not hyped that he's coming back. They showed him what he was. He was expendable, and that ended up killing a lot of hype for that game too. It's like, who cares? So,
Ghost was one of the best characters in there, but like you say, they literally burnt him to a crisp. So, how do you redeem that? Like, how's he come back?
It's like, I mean, a part of me was like, oh, that's so cool because they were bold. You know what I mean? They were making bold choices, and I'm thinking it's going to be even better, right? Like, even with Black Ops, remember with they had President Kennedy and in the White House with the zombies. I'm like, oh, they were having fun with this franchise, and then it just slowly, and then it just drastically, it just dipped down because the content got so ridiculous and stupid. When they went to space, they killed, man. They scared off every OG player who was addicted to the game back then. Yeah, that ruined it. Target fire, they're seeing through walls. Even though Black Ops 2 was
so
cool.
bad.
Yeah, I think they had the best balance for Black Ops 2's kill streaks, though. I'll always say that about Black Ops 2's kill streaks. But none of the kill streaks have ever been as fun as Black Ops 2.
No. They need, like I say, and hopefully with this new one, they do go back to that. They are saying that they are going back to what made the Call of Duties feel good in terms of the actual gunplay, etc. That's key overall, really. In terms of the story and why they've brought back Ghost, makes no sense. But I didn't see that. That's a bit of a strange one.
Captain Price was also mentioned, or in the photo, Ghost.
Okay.
Captain Price was in there. I'm like, guys, all these guys are dead. They're expendable. So what's the point of bringing them back? They're regular soldiers. Like even in War at War, you remember Dmitry Petrenko?
Yes.
The guy you play as in War at War, I think. You play him as War at War. You play as him, or no? You play as Reznov in War at War. So he plays as Dmitry. Wait, is it Dmitry? No, I think it's Dmitry you play as in War at War because as you run into Reznov, you're in the pit of bodies, right? Yeah. So you play as Dmitry, and then Dmitry is just unceremoniously killed off, but in a cool way in Black Ops 1, where he tells you that dark story about the gas.
Yes.
You remember how he died? And then you find out Reznov died, but he programmed this guy with his memories. Like, it's cool. Like they were creative, but it's not creative anymore. It's not. It's just lazy. You're bringing back OG characters for the sake of doing it because you have nothing to flock to. And the same thing I can say about Assassin's Creed at the time, right? Like Assassin's Creed kept relying heavily on Ezio.
Yes.
And that was a crutch. You can't use one character as a crutch. And now they're looking for the next Ezio, and they've gone through so many different genres, so many different timelines. They had a few that could have been Ezio, like Edward Kenway, Black Ops. I thought he was good. Shane Cormac, or not? Is it not Shane Cormac? It's Shane something. But the dude from Rogue, he could have been a good character to use. Even the guy from Unity could have been used. I thought he was okay, but they don't do nothing with these characters. They're one and nones. Even Connor, who they had the most marketing for, you remember that? All this stuff you supposedly could do with Connor, and he ultimately failed because they didn't deliver on hardly anything that they advertised for that game. So and his father ended up being the best character in that entire game too. By the way, I hate to get away. Which could also be a character.
We kind of have to hope on this front, though. Obviously, getting the gameplay back to where it needs to be is kind of the priority for Call of Duty at the minute, because obviously Vanguard not great.
Dude, I called it I didn't call it, but when we saw the gameplay, the multiplayer showcase of it, and people were like damage trolling it.
Got to play that first.
Yeah, but like the thing is, they were sitting there going like, "Yo, this game was so good." I'm sitting there going, no. They were like, "Yo, Call of Duty's back." I'm like, I'm watching the gameplay. Dude shoots the guy first. He dies.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there going, they didn't fix anything. Lag compensation is still a thing in this game. And it's only a handful of you are playing it early. We're not even at the full release. I'm like, no, it's not. They're like, oh, whatever. You're just a hater. Week later, the game releases. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's the worst game ever. Yep, I know.
It was just the actions that they took in that game that didn't make any sense to me. Like, it was meant to be like a World War II game, and then they had red dot sights and things in it. What was it?
Like, what? I didn't know World War II had red dot sights. I mean, if you want to be realistic, why don't you just do what we did in World at War? Remember World at War had something unique about them? You know, those weird telescopic red dot little sights. Why not do that? But no, we can't do that because the kiddies didn't like World at War. Well, here's the thing. That's what made it so good. There was less bull you had to worry about World at War. There was actually true gaming.
We about that earlier as well, weren't we? World at War and how good it was.
Ugh.
But I just hope that with Microsoft being them now, they will give them a break from it for a second instead of being a yearly pop out.
I see quality going back up for sure. After what's the name? I forgot his name, but he's leaving. He's going to make $300 million. People are upset about it. Who cares? Let him leave with his little $300 million parachute.
Bobby.
Yeah, who cares? He can go. Bobby Kotick, that's it. Bobby Kotick can go because Bobby Kotick ran the franchise to the ground with unionization going around and them getting rid of the toxic filth that has been affecting that company. Like, this is like the best thing. People don't understand. This is one of the best things that happened to him because I don't know if y'all remember the acquisition or not actually, but the accusations that was going around about like there was like cameras in the girls' bathrooms, stuff like that.
God,
It's like this is the best thing that happened to him because they're getting rid of all these weirdos out of that company, bring it back to what it was, and they can truly make the game.
What was the other scummy thing that they were doing? Crawling
the manager,
stuff like that. What the hell, man?
One woman said she was raped multiple times by her manager. I'm like, wow, and blackmailed into staying is like, it's wild. It's absolutely wild.
Yeah, horrific to be honest. And that's what I'm saying. Like when people talk about the Activision and the Call of Duty kind of exclusivity or whatever it is, like that's the least of their concerns. Like they're like, oh well, no, if they don't do this right with the regulators, like that's the thing that's going to drag them down and give them bad press. So like exclusivity is the least of the worries. Like if they don't sort out the culture of that studio,
uprooting all that filth is what they need to do first before anything gets to where it needs to go.
Yeah,
get all that filth right out.
It has a long way to go. They have to make it free to play or whatever they got to do. They got to like really just go, listen, we screwed up. Yeah, we got to build. I can
100% see one of the first moves Microsoft do as soon as that's in line. Warzone free to play, 100%. Yeah, or the multiplayer free to play, and then you just buy whatever it is on MTX. Like it would work for a Call of Duty course. It would. You just separate the multiplayer and the campaign. You see, you can get all the multiplayer.
It well with Halo multiplayer.
Yeah,
so.
that makes sense because let's face it, the campaign section of it isn't what drives people into Call of Duties. Like the casual players, aren't there for the campaign. So there could be a point where all Call of Duties going forward, it would have the client-based thing where it's a free-to-play game, but if you want the campaign, you pay for that separately. Mm-hmm. But the Call of Duty Online is the multiplat segment.
Yep.
That's probably the in-between thing where they say, listen, Call of Duty is definitely multiplat, but the campaign itself is the exclusive part. That could make the sense of it because people flock to PlayStation to play Call of Duty, not for the campaign,
just
primarily. It's a multiplayer, 100%. And that's where the money is made for PlayStation. The money is made on the multiplayer, on the MTX, the microtransactions, etc. You can see that happen.
Yeah, I can see that because the single player has been very expendable for a lot of the fan base ever since Modern Warfare 2. There hasn't been like a crazy wow moment ever since Modern Warfare 2 where like the airport scene.
Oh God, yeah.
You remember that? Remember how they really just you're a terrorist. They literally was like, we're gonna shock you. We're gonna shock you. We're gonna kill these civilians. I'm like, whoa, okay, they're bold. And then since then, it's like you never had like a wow moment. And then you always, even to this day, when you play at the remasters or remasters of that game, they ask you that same question. You're about to see something very intense. Sure, you want to see it? I'm like, bro, this was Activision back then, you know. The same thing goes with EA. EA used to make some of the best games ever. Like I remember they had Nightfire, 007 games. Remember that? They had a lot of cool stuff. But again, nobody's buying EA, which is sad because their games have been bad. I've seen Madden's reaction. Oh boy, Bad. People are hyped for that new 2K game, that WWE 2K. I'm like, yeah, nah. I'm not seeing any improvements from the last game in that trailer. It looks exactly the same. Yeah, it might work, which is not an achievement. So
Exactly. No, I can see that happening. I can see that they're splitting off, doing a client-based thing and doing free-to-play for the multiplayer and just letting everybody play that.
it's let the
That
money
makes
rake
more
in.
sense.
Yeah, 1.3, 1.2 billion every 3 months.
Yeah.
I don't see them missing out at all.
Yeah.
They'll make that money. The kids like the and COD's good with the those little camos for the guns, those little crazy moving camos or whatever it is. These kids buy them. They see those crazy
Well,
stuff.
you know what it is. That's the one thing I mentioned for Halo. I said they need to take the keys from Call of Duty and Activision on these skins for weapons, because Halo's skins are poor.
Yeah, they're very bad. They're
very
bland.
like, whoa.
The armor. I mean, they're doing it for the armors. Like the armor's got like these moving like type of parts on it, like flames, stuff like that. They're doing that with the armors, but they gotta really do that to the weapons ASAP. Like you can just buy that for any weapon or whatever. A lot of people might be saying that's like taxing the player. No, it's not. It's giving options. Like the people, that's nothing new.
Want options. You want to be able to stand out and do your own thing and look like somebody else, not like everybody look like a transformer like it did not long ago, where the
people are upset about the cat ears. I'm like, dude, it's an option. It's all it is. It's an option. People want it. That's all. I want this. I want that. Okay. They had this Iron Man colored palette.
I still rock that. Looks
awesome. Looks awesome on the character, right? But imagine
people complained about the cat ears, but the same people that probably complained about it probably bought it too.
Yeah.
Like, damn, these cat ears are having to wear them now.
And then there was the people that bought the cat ears just to meme the people that hated the cat ears, just as a statement. Like, we've got cat ears.
The more them cat ears were brought up in conversation, the more people bought them just to piss people off.
Every time. Sorry, dude.
God. The last little topic, and we'll just get your opinion on it. Of course, the Suicide Squad game was delayed until 2023. What's your thoughts on that? Do you think that's a good move from what you'd seen of the game?
So here's the funny thing: we never got a release date to begin with. So,
so it was like 2022.
We just had a rough time zone, didn't we?
There was no.
We never had a release. We had the year. We had the set year, but we never had the release window. So, them pushing it back, I see it fine. In terms of the gameplay looked amazing. Like what they saw. It looked like they took everything that the Avengers game should have been and nailed it.
Oh yes,
absolutely nailed it. I like that, and it's a shame that I'm saying that, because Avengers the game has Black Panther tied to it now, and that DLC looked really good. Like I like their approach.
What I played of that Black Panther DLC was actually not too bad. It was a lot better than the stuff that they released before that Black Panther DLC.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I see what Sony's doing. Sony's building their own MCU in a sense, and that's kind of where I'm urging Xbox, fans like, can we speak up? Can we get a superhero game for Xbox? Because God forbid if Sony gets Captain America on PS5, you know what I mean? Like, where's Xbox getting? Batman's fine, but we've all seen Batman. We need another character that you guys can use as a mascot type of thing to push the box. Like what Punisher was on Xbox. Spawn was on Xbox. Daredevil was on Xbox.
Daredevil game
with their custom designs, especially with Microsoft using laser etching in their consoles and them making them the limited edition consoles look dope. I mean, they could have a marketing fiasco with a Daredevil, a Spawn, or a Punisher. Hell, good God, there's so many characters. Iron Man.
Just go the opposite route and just get Venom.
Venom.
PlayStation has Spider-Man, Xbox has Venom. That'd be good.
Yeah, I mean they can do what they want in those aspects, but again, we're not seeing it. And everybody going, I just want Sony's version. How about you have your own variant? And you do your own style and you do that. But that's the thing. People,
it's where it is though, and you've got to give Insomniac their roses. They have literally got that down to a T. Like that is the best superhero game that has ever been out. And hats off to them.
I just want there to be a game based around the Flash. Just make it.
Dude, that's another one. I mean, like when we first saw the Spider-Man, I remember going back. The trailer
as well would be nice.
Oh yeah, that'd be great too. I can see Thor done. Like they can tell the story of Mjolnir.
Yes,
the true story of Mjolnir, because it was never truly his. It was his sister's before she was banished. they can tell the story of that, and then you'll see like the origins of how Thor became to wield it, right? Him overcoming the curse of the Mjolnir because it's cursed. Yeah, I mean, you have to be worthy to wield it, type of thing. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
They really go over that type of stuff. And he's a good character for that type of stuff. But I would love to see that, like a custom Xbox next to the Mjolnir. Oh, dude, take my money. Take my money for that. But take my money. But that would be really, really cool to get out of that. But I don't even know what I was about to say about
we're talking Spider-Man though, and
Spider-Man.
Insomnia.
Yeah. Spider-Man, when we first saw the trailer for that at E3, I remember I kept talking about that for months after. I was like, dude, that looks crazy, because they were showing a little bit of the parkour in like a cafe, and he's jumping out the window and he jumps out. And they were like, there's no way that's going to be gameplay. I'm like, dude, that's gameplay. Oh, they're like, no. And then when we finally saw the full-fledged gameplay in general and just seeing how much depth they put into it, that's all you need. All you need is a studio like that to do something like that with a Spawn or a Punisher or a Daredevil. And that would change the game for Microsoft for a lot of people's eyes. Seeing Spider-Man get that type of love, and mind you, Spider-Man, I wouldn't say he was on a decline, right? He wasn't on a decline, but it was like there wasn't much of Spider-Man after the Sam Raimi trilogy. So to see Spider-Man come back in this capacity, and then a few years later, he gets a ridiculous resurgence in popularity because of the MCU. Yeah. It's like that's just a marketing gold mine for them. Like 100%. No Way Home almost outsold the Avengers. Endgame. It almost beat Endgame, but if it wasn't for this pandemic, it would have done it easy, with ease. It would have done it with ease. And they lucked out. They lucked out. It was a pandemic. I'll just say that they lucked out. If the pandemic did not happen, No Way Home would be not only one of the most highest rated Spider-Man movies of all time, but also the best-selling MCU film of all time, hands down. But the Spider-Man's popularity is ridiculous, and the fact that this is leading to 2 new Spider-Man spin-offs, like Andrew Garfield might get his, Tobey's talking about coming back. It's like,
well, there are rumors that Tobey Maguire is in Multiverse of Madness.
There you go. It's like what they've done is master it so well. And do I even need to mention William Dafoe? There's no one who can play Green Goblin. There's no one who could play Goblin like William Dafoe.
I want to see Willem Dafoe as bloody Joker. Him as Joker would be amazing.
I saw the sketch of that. Like they like made his face all extra white, and they gave him like green hair. And it did look interesting. His little
I was going to say though, I mean, even saying that though, the Joker as a film itself, that was as good as we could possibly have expected. I
had my doubts though. Yeah, seeing the first paint, I was like, I'm not a fan of this paint. Watched the film, and he puts blood on. I'm like, okay, this is my Joker. I like this. I like this. I like that.
I love that.
And I want to see, to be honest, I want to see that expand. I want to see a follow up to that Joker because
they're doing it.
They're doing it. He's getting a sequel.
Oh, happy days. Because I just want to see how that expands into becoming this criminal mastermind, as it were, because he's gained that following in the first one. At the end of the first one, he's starting to stand on top and things, and you're like, oh, this is like perfect. Obviously, the Dark Knight trilogy Joker was phenomenal. Like the way he played that and how he comes on, he like puts a pencil down. He's like, "Do you want to see a magic trick?" And puts a pencil on the table, slams his head into it, and he's like, "There you go, ta-da!" Like, that was a brilliant Joker. He was like sadistic. And this one's more like you see
this is Joker more of a joke. Like he's a trickster. Well, not even a trickster, right? He's just more of like a psychopath. Like he's just unhinged, but not like to the point where he's showing it. Like Heath, remember that scene when he was doing that when he was walking to the bike that Batman was on? He's like, "Oh my, hit me!" He was doing that. This version of Joker is more reserved, but in a scary type of reserve. Like remember when he killed the other clown? Yeah. That dude that was harassing him throughout the movie, killed him with ease. I'm sitting going, whoa. I was not expecting that. It's like, so he's so good at that. Or the even though it wasn't really that big of a surprise, but I like how they did it. They shot it where he was basically, we were seeing like an alternate version where like he dated that girl down the hall.
Yes.
And he was in her apartment. It was on his mind. Like Shum's going, what are you doing there? He goes, it's like he kills her. I'm like, he basically killed her off screen. It's like,
Yep.
okay,
That's what I really like about that movie. It really like plays with your mind and makes you think what the hell was real in that movie and what was not real.
Yeah, like him in the psych ward when he goes, I thought my life was a tragedy, but I realized it was a comedy. I was like, okay, he's definitely gone. He's definitely
Yep.
gone. And
He's off his rocker.
he's
I
like
can't
running
wait to see
well in the
Joaquin Phoenix
background. I'm
come
like,
back.
oh Lord, running from the orderlies. So it's gonna be it's gonna be great to see it because I actually liked. I don't know if y'all watched or y'all played the Telltale series Batman. Did y'all play?
No, I haven't actually.
No,
I
I
haven't.
haven't.
Is it good?
Ah, dude, their version of Batman was a little similar to this, a little tad similar because you meet him in a psych ward.
Yeah.
When Bruce is sent to a psych ward. It's cool how they did it, but they have Harley Quinn. They retold Harley Quinn in a different way. I thought it was really cool approach to Joker in Telltales.
Right.
But you're getting Wolf Among Us, so that's a positive. But
It would be really intriguing to see how Joker would meet Harley Quinn in this form.
yeah, they might use his wife. I don't know. Rooney Mara might come play. Might play Harley Quinn.
Because
I don't
she's
know.
technically unhinged as well. Like obviously, there's several versions of Harley Quinn, but she's also pretty unhinged. So it's just. But even then, like we haven't seen Joker portrayed very well in any video game. And I see
he's been playing well in the Arkham series.
A little bit, but I mean that's more
you like him in Arkham series.
It was all right, but I think again. I think to the point of the characters we've seen on screen have been better than...
you want the more realistic type of tone-ish Joe. I get you. You don't want the comic accurate where he's like just got these crazy like contraptions everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
I get you.
Adaptation of the Joker.
Yeah,
like the psychopathic, like you really need to watch this guy kind of.
Yeah, I get exactly what you're talking about. Like the Riddler. The Riddler is essentially what you would see in the Saw films. So that's what I liked about what they did with them in Arkham. Like him having these crazy contraptions and traps. Because like that's essentially what he does. He's all about lies. Like where he goes, hey, where's the guard under? Is he under 1, 2, or 3? But if you use the X-ray, you see he's adjusting it because he's a psychopath to make the dude go this way or that way. and then you see it. So yeah. That's how he really should be. That's what I hope the Batman does. I hope they really capture the psychotic nature of the Riddler. Yeah, he's a cool character, but he's more twisted than what you see in like these movies.
3 hours long.
Yeah. So I like to see how he does it. Because I remember Johnny Depp was supposed to play Joker, or not Joker, the Riddler in his style of film, but it never happened because of Heath Ledger passing.
That would have been good because Johnny Depp could play a really good.
Hands down. Hands down.
Apparently, this Batman film is going to be more of like it's not going to be very heavily action packed. It's going to be more about him being a detective more than anything.
Yeah, I just don't see him like I don't see Robert Pattinson as Bruce Wayne. Am I the only one that doesn't see that? Like I see him more as like a Terry McGinnis for Batman Beyond type of Batman, but I don't see him as a Bruce Wayne.
I reserve judgment until I've seen the movie because I did that with Ben Affleck and I was wrong.
Well, Ben Affleck was believable as Bruce Wayne. If you looked at the screenshots, it's just the Batman. We was like, because we had that one image of him birthed in our minds, and that was Daredevil. That was god awful, and then he redeemed himself in this, and it's like,
like
I'm scared of
him. Green Lantern.
Yeah, like when you see him in his style, like this dude. One thing I can say about Batman. Especially when you see the game, right? He's like this big, imposing guy walking around. He's like a tank walking towards you. He's a big, buff guy. A lot of the guys who play Batman don't really look like that. Like Robert Pattinson looks okay in the outfit. This looks nice design, but he's not like, like a big bulk type of guy. So when you see him, you're going, oh, okay. I'm not really scared of him. I'm just scared of his gadgets, like same thing with Christian Bale. You're not afraid of him. You looked at what's the name? Ben Affleck. You're like, I'm scared of him. He got jacked for the role. He's like, I'm scared of this guy. It's like branding him. It's like, come on, man. I'm scared of this guy.
I did like the one thing I did like about the Joker film though was the way that they introduced how Bruce Wayne's
Martha and Thomas died. Yeah.
And why he would have this grudge against the Joker, even though technically, according to the Joker film, it wasn't the Joker that did it. It was a guy dressed like the Joker that did it.
It was
So-
I forgot his name, but he's basically a former associate of Carmine Falcone.
Joe Chill, I think he is, or Shill, something like that.
Yeah. He's one of Carmine Falcone's men who was a drug addict and who was strung out on drugs. That's how it really originally was told. And basically, he needed a quick fix, and he saw the Waynes in the alleyway. It was like, oh, she's got pearls. He looks like he's rich, and tried to rob him, and it went south, and he killed his parents. But that's how it originally is supposed to go. I love the added detail in Arkham Knight where you can go and visit the grave of where they're shot. Like, you know what I mean? And you just pay your respects. That was another cool, like, again, that's what I love about games. They can add subtle details like that. But you don't see that in the films. Him visiting the graves, you know, you don't see them going to the same spots where his parents died. And it's like, yeah, you don't see that. And hell, even in the new film, the Catwoman design, I'm not sold on Catwoman in this new Batman movie yet. From what I've seen in the trailer and whatnot, she might win me over, but I'm just not sold from what I've seen. I think Anne Hathaway killed it perfectly.
Oh God, yeah,
she killed it.
Brilliant. Really great, really great.
And people doubted her. I was gonna go, I think Anne could kill it. Anne's very athletic and puts herself in shape for these roles. She fucking just destroyed it. Every scene she was in, she just nailed
it. Yeah, 100. Completely agree. She was really great, and the fact that, of course, she was always this person specifically like that didn't really care about doing good or doing bad. It was more of this in between person, and she was
just get by. Yeah,
specifically in like I think it was the Bane one specifically. She was like, suppose I best help you out. It was the Bane one, wasn't it?
Yeah. She was
I suppose I best help you. I don't really want to, but I suppose I have to.
So and a lot of the stunts she did on her own, like remember that backflip she does out the window? She did that on her own. I was like, wow. I was like, okay, she did all this. So she was clearly having fun. She got ready for the role. Michelle Pfeiffer is another one. I thought Michelle Pfeiffer for that time is still great. And as Catwoman. A lot of the other ones, like Halle Berry, I don't know why that even existed. I don't know why. Zoe
I've never seen that movie. I don't think I ever will.
I'm jealous of you already. My eyes are burned.
So I never saw that Electra movie that spun off from the Daredevil movie. I was like, why does that even exist?
Oh God.
You've got to say though, you've got to give hats off to Ryan Reynolds though for pursuing Deadpool after the misery that was the Deadpool inclusion originally with his grown up mouth.
Yep.
That was the worst Deadpool adaptation that you could have had in any film. Like,
Didn't he come out and say he was the one that leaked the test footage? Like
he was actually the one that leaked it. Yeah, to get more hype, to get it to build up, and when people seeing that test footage, they were just like, "Holy shit, I need this."
And look at it now. Deadpool was like one of the most beloved movies that there is, and I can't wait to see what happens with the third one.
This dude can go to heaven as known as the guy to give the biggest FU, like literally the biggest finger to that old team, that whole mindset. Like, yo, we can make eyes and costumes work. He'll always be known as that because his version of Deadpool has so much emotion. Like, he just kills it with every performance.
I can't wait for the new one.
I don't know how they're going to do it though. I think Disney owns it, right? And is it going to be mature rated?
Apparently they're going to let it be.
It's like, literally a one-off
do what
thing,
they were doing.
Deadpool just can crack on with it because it wouldn't work otherwise.
I'm gonna say, it can't be PG. You can't turn PG.
It's gonna be rated R still.
Okay, so that's what kills me about Disney. They're making that rated R still, but then they made Blade PG-13.
Yeah, the new one. Part of the MCU.
I don't get it. I don't know how I feel about that because the part of what made the original so good, aside from the amazing club scene in the beginning, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's because it was rated R. It had so much stuff. It was gruesome for what it was. Yeah. So I don't see them capturing that in PG-13. I mean,
that's another film Ryan Reynolds appeared in.
Yeah,
Blade trilogy.
Trinity. Yeah, had Parker Posey and all of them. Like, okay, you got Dracula as your last villain, and you don't end it.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see though if they will put Deadpool in the MCU, but like whenever he goes to drop a swear word, they just cut the audio.
Or they do like some comedic effect, like somebody say some language.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Well, you
don't
see,
know.
that's why I like how they've got what's the big Russian thing in there called? I've forgotten what he's called now.
Russian?
The Iron Man kind of giant iron
Colossus.
Colossus. Yeah.
Class.
Yeah.
Oh,
How every time he's trying to Colossus is trying to be all nice and things like that, and then he's like stabbing someone, and he's like, he's like, oh, I can't believe you just done that.
The second Deadpool had the best on-screen Juggernaut, and the fucking
Oh,
music
100%.
for that was hilarious.
Oh, 100%. That
that
was
scene with Gina Carano, she had like a nip, so he's like, you're it's like so funny. It's hilarious. The guy, like Blade, man, I don't know. I don't know how you can make Blade PG-13. And also, I don't even know who's the villain. Are they going to put Deacon Frost in this?
I have no
I'm guessing.
idea.
Because, the reason why Steven Dorff is so memorable as Deacon Frost, because it was rated R, and he literally let it all out. He did not care. He was gruesome in the film. For those of you wanting Deacon Frost, he's not going to ever be in the MCU film. What he said about MCU films, he said they're stupid. I'm like, weren't you in one?
Yeah.
That's a big, highlight on your career.
It is, and it's a highlight for anybody's career at this point. You want to be part of that. And pretty much every actor saying, I want to be a part of the Marvel universe at some point. I'd love to be.
Everybody. There's a lot of characters that can do it. Remember I told Tommy Rhodes Jenkins, I was like, dude, would you like to be Green Lantern? I would love to be Green Lantern. I'm like, dude, I can see it. So I can play Green Lantern.
Ryan Reynolds doesn't want to be Green Lantern.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. We don't want to talk about that.
Even he jokes about that. He's like, yeah, let's not talk about the Green Lantern.
CGI was terrible. Oh,
yeah.
Lord. I think WandrinDutch got done badly. Hopefully he gets a role in the MCU. But I think Henry Cavill should have been treated like royalty in DC with Superman. Like Man of Steel, yes, we can all agree story-wise wasn't the greatest, but we're talking about action and we're talking about set pieces and just our origin story in general. It's one of the best for Superman.
Henry Cavill said he wants to play Captain Britain.
Give it to him. I think he'll kill it. He'll nail it. Like, I didn't even think John Cena would be such a good actor as Peacemaker. He's great. He's great.
That second Suicide Squad film, mind.
The Suicide Squad film was amazing.
Kills it. Idris Elba too. They both were great. I'm like, yo, these guys are hilarious.
I was absolutely gutted when the polka dot got killed. Like, I love that guy. He was so great. He's like, yeah, I'm doing good. Dead.
Had the weirdest power, ended up being one of the coolest powers in the entire film. And they're at the base, they're over killing all the soldiers. I'm sitting on, these guys are going out pretty easy, but they're over there like trying to one up one another, and they find out, oh, they're reinforced by you assholes.
Yeah.
And then the shark, yeah, I forgot his name. But King Shark. When this man kept saying nom nom, like, what does he mean nom nom? He starts to eat the people, and then you see those little starfish, little creatures. I'm like, is he about to die? Because these little starfish creatures looking all friendly, that they try to eat them. So it's cool. It's cool. Suicide Squad was awesome. Even Margot Robbie did great in that scene with it. I didn't like the first one though. I wasn't a fan of the first.
The first one, it didn't really do
James
anything.
Gunn saved Suicide Squad.
Yeah. Jared Leto was okay though. In the deleted scenes for, I don't know if y'all saw not deleted scenes, but the extended version of Batman v Superman. I think, or was it? No, Justice. I'm sorry, Justice League. Justice League. I'm sorry.
Bloody long movie, but it's so much better than the terrible theatrical cut we got.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff added. Did the movie make sense still? No, but it was better than the first one got. And
I've never pulled myself to watch it because of just the sheer length of that film.
You
4 hours.
You can technically watch it in parts because there's like
they should have done
prompts that pop up that basically it's like separated as chapters, so it'll let you know when it's at a certain point in the story, and you can go, oh, well, I'll watch that next part later or something.
Yeah, they should have done what they did with Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows type of thing, like part 1 and 2. I think they should have done it with Justice League, but they were trying so hard to catch up with the MCU, and Avengers was like, you don't rush your MCU. You don't rush in it. You have to. That's the reason why it's so good. You got to have each film, build them up, have them connected, and just do it like that. Like Aquaman, I thought Aquaman was going to suck.
Oh, it was
loved
really
Aquaman.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're replacing the wife out of it. I've forgotten her name. the one that was going head to head with Johnny Depp in that court case about abuse.
Oh, Amber Heard.
Yeah, they replaced her.
Thank God. She's going to bring that film down. And I
She's
think
just
Emily Blunt might play her, which will be great.
I mean,
She's
to
lovely.
be honest, it's only fair though that they took her out of Disney as well, because Johnny Depp's been tarnished.
Yeah, Johnny Depp's one of the greatest actors to ever live. He's one of our generation. You know what I mean? And it's like his career is now being taken down. You know, this dude took a film I didn't think was going to be good, like Dark Shadows.
Yeah,
I love that film. I was like, dude, this is so good. Johnny's so good at making you like characters that you at least suspect. And
the same with the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. Like without Johnny Depp in that, it would have been terrible.
Wouldn't work. You need Johnny.
Edward Scissorhands.
Oh, dude, you might put the heartstrings to Edward Scissorhands. Yes, Edward Scissorhands. Yes,
tremendous. But everything he's done so far has been absolutely brilliant. And again, in even Alice in Wonderland, when
Sweeney
he plays
Todd,
Mad Hatter.
Red Hatter. What was that one? It was a horror one. Sleepy Hollow.
Yes,
dude, he has so much range in his work. He has so much range. Oh man, so
just
good.
insane. So it's only fair that Amber Heard is out of it and good. But like you mentioned though, that film in itself was actually really entertaining. Really entertaining.
Yeah, they nailed Black Manta. Nailed it. It was great how they did Black Manta's suit. I was like, okay, I see what y'all doing. Y'all having fun with it. Y'all not trying to make it all extra organic. So that y'all just having fun with the world, and that's where films get even better with. Jesus Christ, it's. Well,
I'm actually looking forward to that Flash movie. That looks like it's going to be a good movie. Got Keaton back as Batman.
What do you make as The Rock as Black Adam?
I like that.
Have you seen the trailer?
I've seen it. It looks good. The Rock's proven he can act. He's proven. I don't know what he thought he was going to prove.
Since Doom.
I don't want to say he's come a long way since the Scorpion King. Let's put that.
Yeah,
you heard that Scorpion King. Yeah, that was his first one. And then he got Doom, and it was like, Rock, what happened?
yeah.
So he's come back.
It was bad. Yeah,
they made him like a little too unrealistic for my liking though. In the Fast and the Furious. I mean, you can say that about all the characters though. In Fast and the Furious now, they're all superheroes. Because the Rock's like the Hulk. I'm like, no, dude's falling out the building. Rock, you should be dead. She fell into somebody with armor.
No, he's fine. He's good. Just strip it off.
Over his choke slamming guys against pillars on cars. Like, no, that's not how it works.
Oh God.
Hobbs and Shaw.
I think he obviously wants to be a superhero so he can do that stuff, and then it doesn't logically have to make sense. Like as a superhero, you can do pretty much whatever.
I mean, the premise for Hobbs and Shaw could have worked if it was something completely different, but it had to have Fast and the Furious tag to it. I'm like, no, you could just call it Hobbs and Shaw.
Yeah,
no Fast and the Furious anything to it.
I think that that Black Adam movie will be good because The Rock's been trying to get this made for 10 years, and he's been going on about it for quite some time. So I feel this is going to be a big passion project for him. So I can't see it being something that misses.
Yeah, for his sake, I hope it is.
Yeah,
just for his sake, because I think he bought the XFL from Vince McMahon. By the way,
did he?
Yeah, the little NFL thing that Vince was going to bring back when he was taking funding from WWE for it, and he abandoned it. The Rock and his wife, his ex-wife, actually own it now. So I don't know how they're going to go about that. Says a lot. The Rock's ambitious. Let me tell you that.
It does. It's one thing we can say though is that obviously the future of Marvel and Star Wars, I think overall, both of them in terms of cinematography are going in the right direction, 100%. They're trying to get all these characters in that have been missed out ages ago. They're just trying to find the right people to do them.
Yeah. Just want that for DC. I need that for DC. DC.
I can't wait till Marvel get around to doing Fantastic Four and it being an actually good Fantastic Four movie. Not like the garbage we've had.
I'm tainted after that Fantastic Four. Unless they do. I think it was the Galactus. The Galactus was the last straw. I'm sorry. They made him into a cloud, and then you see like a helmet. I'm like, no, and no. Like Silver Surfer is the reason that he breaks. I'm like, in the comics, Silver Surfer is no match for Galactus. what are we doing here?
Yeah.
It's like, no. But
they keep
you
trying to
know,
get Keanu Reeves for a Marvel movie, and I'm just sitting there thinking, who's he going to play?
Keanu Reeves, maybe an X-Men.
Mm-hmm.
See, I did think, what if they get him to play Charles Xavier?
Nah,
Yeah.
maybe Beast.
Mm.
Sorry about that.
You can play Beast. You can play Gambit.
Gambit's a good one. I didn't think of that. I can't see him being Wolverine.
No, God, no.
There's only one
I would
person
break
for
my
Wolverine,
TV.
and Logan is now dead.
Oh yeah, he will always be our childhood Wolverine. He just embodied the character.
There's only one other person I could see playing Wolverine, but he's the Punisher.
Mm.
John Brother. Yeah, he'd be cool. Attempt.
But then again, it was who was the other guy that wasn't Wolverine? It was the other one, Sabretooth. He was also an amazing character.
Yeah,
that was a very good actor. If there was anybody that you were going to bring
something
again,
Tyler Maine or something. I think that's his name.
Yeah, I think that was the one.
Yeah, he was good too. I don't know. Like they might be able to get somebody good for Wolverine though. Like, have y'all seen that fan film? It was called Wolverine versus Wonder Woman.
No.
You see that?
No.
Or not? It's not a fan film, but it's called Versus. It's Wolverine versus Wonder Woman. It's actually pretty good. It's pretty cool. That they do a lot of live versions of it. But the guy they got to play Wolverine, because Wolverine's not a tall guy like Logan. He's actually relatively short, not crazy
like
short.
5'3" in the comics, I think.
Yeah, like 5'3", but he's a 5'3" guy with anger issues. They nailed it, his entire character and that entire Wonder Woman versus him, because like the whole time he's walking around the mansion, right? Dude's like, yeah, Cyclops said he doesn't want you in the thing. He's like, listen, I go wherever I want to go. He's punched the damn wall. He goes around. So they could do something like that for Wolverine.
100%. Well, while we're on the topic of films though, and tying it to games, I still say, and I'm going to put this on screen now, I still say this is by far the best adaptation of a game.
I tried
it. You know what I'm talking about, yeah?
No,
I've heard about the bad reviews for the Uncharted movie that's it's coming out.
Yeah.
What kills me, the people who were in The Apologists. Oh, give it a chance. No. You had me when you said Mark Wahlberg was Drake. Makes sense, because Mark Wahlberg can look like Drake. You know what I mean? But now you got this young Drake, and you got this young Chloe Frazier. It's like, no, why are we de-aging characters? Why are we doing this?
Nathan Fillion would have been perfect.
It works for Spider-Man because, Spider-Man is essentially a kid. It works, right? But we know Spider-Man over time will become into the man that we know. And if you watch No Way Home, he's the Spider-Man that you want. And in the end, you respect it. Not for Drake, though. No, not for Drake.
No. And this is what I'm saying. Like, when you have a look specifically at the way that the casting was done, but for a fan film, on Nathan Drake with Nathan Fillion.
Yep. He got robbed.
And every other character there, it was just on point.
I think they just got Tom Holland because he's hot property and he's already on their payroll.
Yeah.
True.
But it's just like the actual quality of this fan film. I've never seen anything like it. Like,
look at the outfit. Nailed it to the T.
To the T.
Even with the ring around his neck. I also like to see a film for, even though it was a fan film. You ever guys see this? It was called it was basically an R-rated Power Rangers film. It was called the short film for Power Rangers. Did you ever see that?
Oh yeah.
I'd love to see that done.
Oh, 100%. There's been quite a few fan films that have done much better than the actual Hollywood counterparts.
Yep. Dude, there's just so much potential. Like Eddie Raja, if this guy was to play Nathan Drake and Sony really gave him the funding and really went all out, Eddie Raja could have been a thing. You could have had Lazarevich. You could have had I think it was Talon. I think his name. Talon, something like that.
Yeah. But it's like the comedic value in this. Like Nathan Fillion plays it so well, man. Like I've watched this back so many times, and it's just you just want it to keep going. You just want more than
He
just
is Nathan
15 million,
Drake. Come on, as
15 minutes
if
of it.
he's perfect.
In terms of the way he looks as well, though, like he actually looks like Nathan Drake.
Yeah,
And the way that
it's
Nathan
like they
Drake,
base the game character on him.
like, you just keep watching it like all the way through, and even just the other one, I've forgotten the name of the other guy, Sully.
Yeah.
Sully.
Sully's perfectly casted as well in this. It's such a phenomenal fan film, and who even produced it and got the money to get these actors together because they're not cheap.
Yeah. Or maybe he just he pitched ideas. You know, like a lot of them will take a cut just for a passion project and do it. Maybe that's what it was, but who knows?
But this is the level of stuff like I haven't, and specifically seeing the critics' response to Uncharted, because I've seen some normal people say that they've seen it and they loved it, and just loved the way that Tom Holland and what's his face bounced off each other.
Yep.
But then I've seen the other critics as well. I just say like, what is like this is not a great film. But then you see this and you think the quality of production just in this fan film and the casting and the direction of it was just phenomenal.
I'll end up watching the Uncharted movie when it comes on Netflix or something like that.
I'll still watch it because I still want to be able to.
That's about it.
Y'all brave.
Are you not going to watch it?
So I made the mistake of watching that Resident Evil. And listen, yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Listen,
I've seen it twice.
Games and movies,
I've seen it twice.
I'm gonna say right now, video games and movies, even the Mortal Kombat one, the latest Mortal Kombat one. I'm like, dude, I refuse to get my hopes up anymore. I just refuse.
That Mortal Kombat movie weren't as bad as Resident Evil.
Nah, it wasn't. But it was like, you know, people go, oh, the original OG Mortal Kombat is still great. So I'm like, if you go back and watch the original OG Mortal Kombat, it's still one of the cheesiest films in the history of cinema. So bad, but I guess it's so bad that it's good in our eyes now. But
that Resident Evil movie, it would have been a way better movie had it not had the Resident Evil name attached to it.
This guy is amazing. Like he's so amazing. He plays
Sully very well
here, but he also plays the guy from that movie Don't Breathe and Avatar.
Yes. Oh, tremendous! Both in Avatar and in Don't Breathe. I haven't seen Don't Breathe 2 yet though.
You're doing a disservice. Watch that. He's coming back for Avatar, by the way. You know that, right? He's coming back for Avatar too.
Yes.
He's not dead. He's coming back.
Nice.
I can't wait to see him in there. They showed off some parts of it, some screenshots of Avatar 2, the underwater type of world they're going to be having. Bro, it looks, they're going to kill it.
Well, you've got to think, I mean, Avatar that was even before it had Disney money behind it when that was produced.
Yeah.
And now you've got Disney money behind Avatar too. They are not going to do that thing to service. That's going to look tremendous. It's going to be unbelievable.
I mean, the first one, I remember I was not expecting to like it so much. Because it was so, different. But it was like, dude, that's what I loved about it. It's fantastic.
It was a really great film. Really great. Absolutely loved it. But yeah, the quality, this is what the quality, I mean, the one film that stood out that has worked so far, obviously it had issues before it launched, was the Sonic movie. And when it launched, the Sonic movie is tremendous. And the Sonic 2 looks tremendous.
Oh, they nailed Knuckles. You see Knuckles?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, they nailed him. He's like, oh, you got powers? I don't need your power. I got my own. He's like, just pummels him. I'm like, yeah, that's how it should be. I wonder if he can glide, though, in the movie. That's going to be another thing. I wonder if he can glide.
I've only recently saw the first Sonic movie, and I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, imagine they would have went through with the original design.
Yeah, it looked bad. That's one reason why I was like, do I really want to watch this movie? And then I was like, it's on Netflix now, so I'm going to give it a try. And I was like really impressed by it. So,
but the casting's really well done, though. Again, in that, the casting, and Jim Carrey is Dr. Robotnik.
Oh, dude.
Oh, God.
I think they're going to kill it, though. I think they're going to have, if they do this, it'd be great. If they do Shadow, like a reveal for Shadow at the end of part 2, that would be cool as hell. Just to see him, like the Chaos Emerald. Oh, man. All I got to hear is chaos control one good time, and that's all I need to hear.
Shot, yeah. That would be
man.
unbelievable.
Because I love how they did Sonic's design in the films. I just imagine that for Shadow, more mysterious, like aura type of thing coming off him. That'd be cool. Because you got him, you got Silver.
Yep.
So it's a lot of characters.
Another good film as well that people
ponytail ripoff there.
Yeah, honestly, it's such a good fan film. You can just watch it over and over again. But my depressing bit is getting to the end of it and knowing that you'll never see anything else from it. Like,
yeah,
so I want to see more of this. Like,
maybe now after they've made the mistake with this Uncharted movie, they'll be like, "Let's get Nathan Fillion."
They nailed the goofiness of how Nathan actually fights in the game, because Nathan's not like a hand-to-hand combatant at all. So a lot of people, I remember when people got mad when Nadine beat the hell out of him in the game. It's like, dog, Nathan can't fight. Can't fight. He can't fight. He's a normal slugger versus somebody who's like a mixed martial artist trained, killer. Of course, he's gonna beat your ass.
Like he's all he is again. He's a should we say a high priced thief? He's a great thief, is what Nathan Fillion is. That's why
he's a very intelligent guy. Yeah, he knows how to crack centuries old riddles and puzzles. He's very good at that.
That's what he is essentially. He's not meant to be a fighter. He's never been meant to be a fighter. He's a thief. He's a master thief.
And that's another thing I'm missing from these films. Like, it's like when they're like going for stuff, like in the game, you'll have like some kind of like hint on the character. Like, for example, the dagger, from part 2, he'll move it around and see symbols throughout the world. Or my favorite, the diary, Drake's diary, where like he'll find stuff as you progress that's similar in the diary. There's nothing like that I seen in the film. And it's like, well, how does he know all this stuff? You mean tell me he memorized it? Come on. He ain't memorized all this. I forget shit on the daily. It's like, no way you're memorizing all this.
And the only other outside of that game movie that's actually done pretty well was, again, involving Ryan Reynolds, and that was Detective Pikachu.
Yep.
Tremendous film.
Good movie.
The way they implemented Ryan Reynolds, and again, I like the crossover Ryan Reynolds at the end, where he was actually like he'd been morphed inside the Pikachu, and it wasn't actually him, and blah blah. And the way that they told that story, and it was just really well positioned. And again, if they wanted to go back into that universe, he's the perfect people to have in it again. Well casted, really well done.
Look at Nathan Fillion's hair. He nailed the hair.
It's everything about, like you say, it's the attitude though, the comedic humor, the way he acts, the way he goes on. And Sully's exactly the same. Like they nailed the casting on Sully because he looks like Sully first of all.
Yeah,
he pulls off the tash. Like when you see what's his face in the new Uncharted, I've forgotten his name already. That plays Sully.
Mark Wahlberg.
Wahlberg. Like when he grows a tash in the new one, when he's got his tash on, like I'm like, no. Like he's not old enough to be Sully. Like Sully in the Uncharted games is an older. He's a very older man. He's great
60. Right, he's like at least 60 when we first see him in Uncharted 1, I believe he's like 60, and he's up and he's at least 65. No, actually, no, I'm sorry. He's 65 at least in Uncharted 2.
Yeah,
and in Uncharted 3, about 70, close to 70 in Uncharted 3, and then he's beyond 70 in Uncharted 4. He's an old man. That's why he's not as active in Uncharted 4. So it makes sense for those respects. But yeah, they Drake's he's not.
Yeah,
he's
we
not
don't have
40.
the hopes up. We can just hope that the film itself is good, but that the casting's going to get a lot to get used to.
Oh, it probably would have been cool if we saw like a younger. You remember? I forgot her name. Catherine, but her name was Catherine in Uncharted 3. Mm-hmm. It's basically the woman who was obsessed with the djinn, the older lady. Yeah. I forget. That's her real name. Her real name is Catherine. But yeah, it would have made sense if we saw that. That's a weird. It'd be cool if he did the kick. And he was like, "I'll kick you to sleep." He does in the movie.
Oh God, but just Video, like I said, it's a hit or miss. Disney are the only ones really at the minute that seem to be getting the casting right for the right films. Again, thankfully, Sonic has. Detective Pikachu did, but Uncharted, and we've seen Halo as well. Is a bit of a. Obviously, it looks good, but the castings, we'll see how that pans out.
Yeah, there's a land. I would have been curious to see who they would have got to play Chloe Fraser in this fan film type of thing.
Yeah,
I'd be curious.
Just so much detail in it. Honestly, it's phenomenal. But what a show! Almost 4 hours long today.
We're going for them Iron Lords times, are we?
Yeah.
You see that Mortal Kombat Rebirth fan film?
No, I haven't seen that. Is that good?
Dude. It's based. So all right. So basically, it's a realistic approach to like the characters. Obviously, there is some supernatural elements in there, but for example, Reptile is not like a natural lizard. It's actually a guy with a genetic disorder. It's kind of like you probably seen it where they have like green skin scales. So there's like a weird disorder.
Yeah.
He has, but he rips the heads off of people, eats the heads. He puts after storing them in his fridge. He had that. You had Baraka as like a failed surgeon who attaches blades to his arms.
Yeah,
it was actually pretty cool. Looking.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, it was like wasn't it a Machinima series?
Well, it was a lot of people thought it was for a TV show / movie, but it ended up being like for the.
It's like just webisodes, right?
Yeah, webisode. Yeah, it was for like a webisode.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that now. I'm guessing all that's on YouTube as well.
There was plans for a third season, but it never got one. Probably because like Warner Brothers stepped in and was like, "Oh, we want to make a movie now."
Hey, look at that! So much thought went into this compared to the original.
It's insane. Yeah, absolutely insane. We've matched up the jewels with the numbers on there to figure it out, and like I say, it's like give these people the money, let them make it, because it clearly the production value was there for how little money it cost to get this thing down, and the characters were on point.
Yeah, it's like, and it's not like Drake gets hit every single time on the dime type of thing, right? The pacing they just did when he figured that out is actually spot on how he would do it. It's kind of like that movie. You ever seen that movie National Treasure?
Yes.
Remember how National Treasure is? He'll piece it together, but he'll like take a minute, digest the info, and then he'll come to the solution. That's how it should be done. And in this trailers and what we saw from this movie, he already knows the answer. It's like, no, Nathan's not that smart.
Yeah, he's like, oh yeah, there you go.
See, I think an Uncharted thing would do better as a series and not a movie.
Yeah. I mean, I'll support it regardless. I mean, if it was done 100%. Right.
Yeah, I'll watch it.
Now I want to.
But again, it's just hoping it's good as it can be. Yeah. Because you want to see it successful. Because the one thing we've always shouted for a long time is that we want to see more movie adaptations of some of our favorite games, but we want to see them done right. We don't want to see them like a joke like they have been in the past, where they've came out and they've been like miserable.
Yeah.
Again, we're seeing Uncharted. We're seeing The Last of Us. We're seeing Uncharted. We're seeing Halo. We're hopefully seeing Gears. That's apparently still in development and in the works.
Fingers crossed, Dave Bautista
in the future.
He might get it. Batista might get it. He might get it. I don't know if he's going to play Marcus Phoenix though. Did he apply?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, he might be like an additional one.
Yeah,
might become canon because he was already in. He was DLC, right? And Gears, so he might become.
He was. Canon. Yeah, you could play the entire campaign as him instead of Phoenix.
So he might be. He might be canon. Might be right him in as canon.
Yeah,
that's a good for Batista. Batista out here making moves. I see him. That's good.
We forgot to mention about the Mario Kart thing, Dutch.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, it's a very brief touch on it because obviously that is the image there. But the Nintendo Direct, they have brought a lot of back, let's say, historic games back again. But the premise of the show really is just to show what's coming out for the year. But the biggest thing for me out of that entire thing, as well as kind of old games like Chrono Cross and everything coming back again, but Chrono Cross in terms of a HD kind of port to everything. But the fact that they're not introducing Mario Kart 9, instead they're going as a games as a service-esque Mario Kart 8 and introducing remastered versions of 48 tracks coming to Mario Kart 8. And I've seen straight after that announcement, I've seen a lot of people just turn the Switch on and re-downloading Mario Kart 8 again, reinstalling it. It is. Let's put it there. It's alongside Crash Team Race and Mario Kart is the best kart racer that you can get, without a long shot. And getting 48 remastered tracks for that game over the course, and I do believe they're going to be released as paid packs, so it's going to cost you an arm and a leg. But having them remastered
kind of makes you wonder if Activision is going to do that for Crash Team Racing. Now they own the IP.
I would hope so.
Yeah, down the road. So
I would hope so. That is such an untapped, because again, what Microsoft can do with Crash Team Racing now is not just have Crash in there.
Yeah,
they could put Crash Team Racing and then add Microsoft
Doom
IPs
characters. Yeah, Doom characters or
Doom, Master Chief, and he's in a warthog.
Yep, they can do that, or have that exclusive to the Xbox console,
Yep.
like their own additional DLC. They can do whatever they want with the IP. Looking at it, it's cool. The best announcement, I guess, for me out of that would probably be Mario Strikers. Right. I thought that was cool. The only thing I don't like about Nintendo, just to be quick, Nintendo misses opportunities. Like, for example, we saw those crazy CGI trailers for Strikers. I was sitting going, damn, if only Nintendo actually cared about hardware, we'd get something relatively close to that. You know, those crazy trailers and got it. Because I think we got one for the Wii U for Strikers. Did we have one for the Wii U, or was it for the Wii Strikers at first? I forgot, but it looked really good at that time.
I think it was Wii.
Yeah, the Wii. It'll get at time for it, and then I'm like, yeah, that would have been cool. We had that, because now they're trying to capture the Wii again. They were showing the old lady. She had like the Joy-Con attached to her leg, and she was kicking the ball for Wii Sports or Switch Sports now.
Yeah,
so
Sports. I'm going to be picking that up. I don't care what anybody says. I miss Wii bowling and things like that. I love the bowling on Wii Sports, so I'll be picking it up. 100%.
Yeah, but they're already pretty much guaranteeing that the Switch is more likely going to outsell the PS2. Or hit the PS2, because they're at 100 million shipped right now.
Yeah, 105 right now.
105. See, look at you already. So with a stacked lineup like that also confirmed another thing to me. That Switch Pro, we're not going to see that Switch Pro. That's going to be the next Switch.
Yep.
Yeah, that's that new hardware, whatever. It's going to be the new Switch after this content reveal, and that's going to come when they're ready at the end of this generation, I'm guessing, and that'll be it. But by the time that in this generation, they're probably going to be at like 250 mil sold or something.
Oh, God, easy. Yeah. It's going to be by far the most successful home console, portable console ever made.
I guess I should get a Switch, really, then. Hey?
At some point, to be honest, you can probably get the second-hand old Switch, which plays it just as well as an OLED Switch for relatively cheap these days.
I'll probably end up getting a Switch Lite, because I'm never going to use it.
No, I'm not recommended docked either, to be fair.
Yeah.
I'm never going to use
recommended docked.
Like mode on TV.
It always looks better in portable mode. Like the people that have had issues with Pokemon Legends looking terrible, primarily if you play that on a big screen, it does look bad.
Yeah, because all they're doing is stretching the image. They're not fixing the aspect ratio. They didn't fix it.
It's just stretched, so it looks so much worse. And you play it on handheld, it's fine. It looks all right.
Yeah, and I'm not expecting a Steam Deck level improvement for the next one when they drop it. Like Steam Deck, they're giving you all the bells and whistles of the current consoles built in with storage. And I think you can upgrade the storage as well. So it's not like you're stuck to whatever model. You can always buy the additional M.2 as built in. So it's going to be interesting to see how you can pop those out and swap the new ones in. But it's brilliant, because the prices of those natural M.2s going to go down. Down there as the market. So, God, just looking at the Switch and comparing it to the Vita was ahead of its time. Had all the basic stuff built in. The Switch doesn't even have voice chat built in. Vita did.
Yep.
It's Nintendo, man. It's
a shame, but I've said this for quite a while. I feel more sorry for their developers, because imagine what the developers at Nintendo could do with the power of a Series X or a PlayStation 5 behind them.
Dude, they can make imagine a Zelda game with the level of detail and production of Ratchet and Clank. You see what I'm saying? That would have been like a Pixar level masterpiece type
Oh,
of
God, yeah.
epic. You know what I mean? And you'd be like, damn, yes, I want that, you know, and
Yeah.
they don't have that. And it's like people go, we don't need it. Well, here's the thing. You might not need it, but a lot of people want it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, and they go, oh, well, Nintendo's not like
I want
that.
to see these developers unleashed. Let them have the power that the ultimate, not just be restrained to like 7-year-old mobile chips. Like,
Yeah.
what is? Give them like the bare minimum that we can expect. I mean, the below even the console power of the Xbox One. Like, it's insane. Like in terms of actual graphical fidelity that they're able to output, it's below that of an Xbox One and a PlayStation 4. Like,
Yep.
what you like? Give them some more power. Let them go. Let them see what they can do. Because like if you think you're onto a moneymaker now, even giving them 2-year-old mobile chips now, they'd be flying.
Dude, I could just imagine like that level of detail we're talking about on the go.
Mm-hmm.
People go, it wouldn't have sold. Yes, it would. Nintendo fans buy anything. They bought cardboard. If they're buying cardboard, you don't think they will buy a beast of a handheld? Come on, man.
Right,
They would have been going. Nintendo is just missing out.
Nintendo themselves have just been able to print money for fun. Like you've seen they are ridiculous. Their sales figures for their first party IP. It's almost 1 to 2 for every 2 people for every 1 person that's bought a Switch.
Yep.
Like,
they had to find they found a way to throw Muppets at you guys too, which was even more insane.
Yeah.
In that showcase, it's like really we're showing off Muppets for this after the MLB show coming to it, which looked god awful as well. That looked god awful on the Switch.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man,
a lot of the ports do, but that's the thing as well. Like they don't care about whether or not the ports do well because that's not their moneymaker. Like their moneymaker, specifically their first party, and they have rarely had a first party that sold less than 20 million copies.
Yep, absolutely true. Oh man,
insane. But yes, amazing show today. Thank you very much, Big Cloud, for jumping in and being our unexpected guest.
It's good meeting you, mate, for the first time.
You as well. Yeah, it was fun. Definitely.
Awesome having these discussions surrounding literally everything to do with video games and films as well. It's been a nice change of pace. Awesome stuff. But yeah, I'll do your outro first, my brother. Let people know, of course, where they can find you and your awesome show and other shows that you're part of, because it's not just the one, it's many.
Oh yeah, I'm everywhere. You can ask Mad's Gaming. I'm basically a virus. I'm Agent Smith. I'm everywhere. Yeah, no, it was fun. Shout out to everybody who came through. It's Big Cloud Gaming for me, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. For those of you that want a brief description of what I do, I'm a PlayStation guy at heart, but I work with IGN now. I'm a freelancer. I do my own thing there. I help them out with gameplay walkthroughs. I mentioned that earlier. And I have a show I host on Fridays. Love to get Dutch on at one point, but I have a show on Fridays. It's called RGT. We interview a lot of people within the industry. We've interviewed developers like Sony Santa Monica, Insomniac, not Insomniac yet, but Elphonic with Gio Corsi. Golly, so many talent. The Resident Evil cast
as well that you had on last time, was it not? Am I right in thinking that? No,
not yet. We had last time we had on the show was Tommy Earl Jenkins. That's what we had from Death Stranding. We had him on. We've had developers from Housemarque, Blue Point Games. So we've been really mixed out. But I'm gonna tell Dutch off air, but we have a lot of other things that we branched out into, and I signed a deal for. So I haven't even told anybody about this deal that I've signed. So they're gonna be shocked on March 11th of who's coming through on March. But I'm looking to look at that as like another step in where we can go with the show and have more fun and just continue to do what we love, and that's talk about gaming, the industry, and just have fun overall with our peers. So guys want to meet me there, it's over there, 5 p.m. EST or RGT. And thanks again for having me.
No, you're welcome. You're welcome. And again, it's Big Cloud's another one of those, and I say it is very limited. Big Cloud knows this as well on the Sony side in terms of the positive creators. Both Big Cloud and Mr. Badbit, both of respective PlayStation channels, there are two of the only PlayStation centric channels you can go to that aren't on the fanboy aspect, they keep it real. If stuff goes bad, it keeps it bad, and if stuff goes good, they tell it how it is. And same for both sides of the consoles. If Xbox is doing something good, you praise it. If they do something bad,
I get called Bot Cloud when I tell them PlayStation. I called Bot Cloud one time. I was like, oh god, Bot Cloud for what? Oh, it's not Sony's fault. It is their fault. The game is trash.
Yeah,
it's that simple.
Yeah, exactly. But it is. I've got to say, you've got to give the roses where they're due, and yourself and Mr. Badbit are the two standout Sony creators in the community. So hats off to you. Honestly, great work, both of you.
Thank you.
Keep it going, brother. Keep it going, because we need more of it. I've even put a post out the other day saying we're looking to get a PlayStation-centric panel member on the main show, and that is hard. Because you want the you want the realists to be on that do keep it real, and that they're not like toxic and things like that. And like I said, it's only yourself and Mr. Badbit and his buddy that really do keep it.
Oh, Kyle. Yeah. I mean, hit me up. You got opening. I'd love to come through for sure.
Yeah. Well, we definitely have an opening every Wednesday, brother. It is 2 p.m. EST if you're free at that time on a Wednesday.
Yeah, maybe come through a few times.
Sweet, definitely. We'll get that sorted. Then we'll get that sorted. Awesome stuff. But other than that, Jen, let people know where they can find you, brother, and what you're up to the rest of the week.
You can find me on Twitter, the _general_C, on YouTube as well, the General C. I'll be back to making videos about 2 weeks' time, actually. So I'm going to order my PC in 2 weeks' time, and I'll be back to making content again, which has been a long time coming.
Yours is kind of out the window shortly now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Your current PC.
Yep, it's
last legs.
It's on its last legs. I'm probably going to keep it and just switch a few parts out and just use it just to record audio. That's pretty much it. I'll be playing some more Star Wars Fallen Order probably tomorrow.
Nice.
Gonna complete that before the sequel comes out.
Yep.
It's been good having you here, BitCloud. It's good to meet you.
You too, man.
Hope to see you again soon. It'd be awesome to get you on here again.
Definitely. Awesome stuff. And for everybody else, obviously, you can find me over on Primetime Gaming on Monday evenings, of course, with the Double Barrel Gaming crew. Of course, that is midnight over in the UK or 7 p.m. EST over in the States. This week, however, I think for both Midweek Mix-Up and the weekend show, we're going to take a little 1 week break. Let the news catch up a little bit. We went through a phase where there was loads and loads of news. Now it's starting to trickle down a little bit. We're gonna have a little
you
bit
watch
of
a big news will drop on Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah.
And you'll be like, damn it.
We're gonna have a week off. Let the news gather up a little bit instead of, because we made the mistake last year, and I think a lot of content creators had that same issue where it dried up a bit, and we had to kind of make stuff up.
It sucks when you're a news aggravated acting like channel, because when there's not much to talk about, and then they're like, because you know how YouTube is, you go like a week without upload, they're like, oh, I guess you quit. They don't push your content on type of thing. So that's how it be. But
so we'll have a break this week from both of the shows, but we will. That doesn't mean we're not bringing out content. We've been doing a little bit more live streaming and things again, so we'll do some of that again this week. But in terms of the podcast, just a 1 week hiatus. Come back again the week after. We'll get some guests lined up as usual, and we'll have some fun. But again, you can find us here usually every Wednesday for the Midweek Mix-Up podcast, 7 p.m. GMT, 2 p.m. EST, 10 a.m., 11 a.m. actually, PT, and again on Sundays for the weekend edition with myself and General C, again at 6:30 GMT, 1:30 EST, 10:30 PT. It's hard to memorize that all the time.
And we're going 4 hours a show from there on. I'm joking.
Woo! Yeah. Hope you enjoyed it anyway. We will see you all again next week. Have an awesome evening, guys. Good night.
See you later, chat.